Chapter 6:15. It has spiritual wisdom? Yang Chen was shocked and hurriedly asked, "When did this happen?" The general tree was not easy to open spiritual wisdom, but once it had spiritual wisdom, then with the deep accumulation of thousands of years, it was destined to become a master. The old tree demon Gui Shanyu was like this, and the same was true for the future Mu Bo. Yang Chen couldn't imagine what kind of future it would have if the Penglai Divine Wood became a spirit. If this was true, then compared with the Penglai Divine Wood, whether it was the old tree demon or Mu Bo, these present and future masters, in front of the great accomplishment Penglai Divine Wood demon, were definitely the role of the younger generation. It's the recent thing. Zhu replied very firmly. These Penglai Divine Woods have experienced tens of thousands of years of land nourishment with a trace of power of will, and have already buried a seed of spiritual wisdom. Recently, it has been watered with a lot of first wood true essence, and the seed has begun to germinate slowly, but most people still can't detect it. Recently, Yang Chen was a little relieved. If the Penglai Divine Wood in his own medicine garden had any changes, and he did not know it, it also showed that he was too lazy. Nourished by the land with the power of will, it clearly said that it was in the temple of the earth, and at that time, Yang Chen dug out the location of the Penglai Divine Wood box. It should be the location where people worship the earth. Nourished by the power of will, there was actually a seed of spiritual awareness. It was indeed a magical thing. However, Master, it's a pity. Yang Chen was relieved. Zhu suddenly sighed, and Yang Chen was somewhat puzzled. What's a pity? Yang Chen did not understand what Zhu was referring to, and asked doubtfully. The last period of nourishment of the first wood true essence should be the most critical time to open the spiritual awareness, but when they accept the first wood true essence, they also fully accept the spiritual awareness of the Master. Zhu replied with regret. What will happen? Yang Chen still did not understand, but he knew why this was the case. At that time, Yang Chen wanted to control the flow of the first wood true essence. Of course, he had to use his spiritual awareness to control it, which was also something that could not be helped. Once they gain sentience, they will automatically treat their master as their master. There was still a regretful tone in Zhu's tone. It seemed that these Penglai Divine Wood demons were not worth it. Yang Chen was also stunned. As a cultivator, Yang Chen naturally knew the difference between a free demon race and a demon race that recognized a master. After recognizing a master, there would be some limitations. At least to a certain extent, the real experts were still the demons who cultivated on their own. However, now Yang Chen had no way. When he controlled the first wood true essence to irrigate the Penglai Divine Wood, he simply wanted to absorb the first wood true essence spiritual solution. He did not think about cultivating any monster race, nor did he think about giving these Penglai Divine Woods a spiritual awareness mark. It was completely unconscious. It was precisely because of this that the Penglai Divine Wood, which had been scoured by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness for a long time on the spiritual awareness seed, was not as simple as Yang Chen eliminating the spiritual awareness mark. They had already firmly remembered Yang Chen's spiritual awareness in their souls, and naturally recognized Yang Chen as their master. Even if it was his own medicine garden tool spirit, Zhu still felt pity for these Penglai Divine Woods. This was not a betrayal of Yang Chen, but a pure pity for this kind of spiritual wood between the heavens and earth to suffer such a fate. Yang Chen also felt some pity, but in addition to the pity, there was a layer of joy. If this was the case, didn't it mean that he had so many more masters available to him out of thin air? Moreover, they were still the most loyal kind. How long will it take for them to open their spiritual awareness? Yang Chen quickly calmed his mind and asked very seriously. At least 10 years, and they must always maintain that level of first wood true essence irrigation. Zhu roughly estimated and then replied. For 10 years, and to always control the irrigation of the first wood true essence, even Yang Chen could not help but sigh. If he wanted to train a group of senior subordinates, it was also a hard effort. If I increase the irrigation speed of the first wood true essence, will the effect be better? Yang Chen asked with a frown. If they could only serve the Penglai divine woods for 10 years, it would be a pity. Of course. A Zhu glanced at Yang Chen and seemed to complain a little. If you can soak them in the first wood true essence, the speed will be faster. If they are soaked in the first wood true essence, will there be any problems? Yang Chen had been worried that these Penglai divine woods would have problems if they were irrigated by a large amount of first wood true essence, so he tried to control the amount of first wood true essence. Now that a Zhu said this, wasn't his previous efforts useless? One must know that the banyan tree Immortal's cave was not without tree demons, but it was still blown up by the first wood true essence spiritual solution. Yang Chen was also for the sake of safety, otherwise he would not spend this kind of effort. The natural divine wood is not our ordinary wood. The stronger the first wood true essence, the better. How can there be a problem? A Zhu quickly replied, does the master think that the divine word of this Penglai divine wood is easy to call out? Being taught a lesson by a tool spirit, it was the first time for Yang Chen. However, this allowed Yang Chen to find a faster way to cultivate the Penglai divine wood. After thinking about it, Yang Chen still asked, in this medicine garden, can it bear a lot of first wood true essence? Of course not in the first layer. A Zhu replied seriously, but the second layer is completely fine, there is no problem with how much first wood true essence. Transplant them to the second layer. Yang Chen decisively commanded. The Penglai divine wood was naturally taken care of by a Zhu. Soon, a Zhu transplanted these Penglai divine woods to the appropriate location in the second layer. After doing all this, a Zhu and a Bai curiously looked at Yang Chen, not knowing what he was going to do. Yang Chen did not explain, and directly controlled the space of the medicine garden, forming a huge pit on the side of the Penglai divine wood. Later, in the puzzled eyes of a Zhu and a Bai, he took out the gourd, opened the bottle, and began to pour into the big pit. The first wood true essence spiritual solution flew into the big pit like a waterfall. After a while, Yang Chen poured out half of the first wood true essence spiritual solution, and the big pit was also filled. From the moment when the first wood true essence spiritual solution began to pour, a Zhu and a Bai directly became two stunned statues. Looking at the situation in front of them, they were shocked and could no longer move. Who could have thought that the precious first wood true essence, the purest first wood aura between heaven and earth, had actually been condensed into liquid drops? The most incredible thing was that such a spiritual solution, there was actually so much of a small lake? This kind of nourishment, how long will it take? Yang Chen put away the gourd and asked casually. Chapter 6:16. Both a Zhu and a Bai had been there for a long time without making a sound. Even if they were tool spirits, even if their bodies were also blue jade vines and peach trees, even if they could mobilize all the spiritual power of the medicine garden to nourish a certain place at any time, when had they ever seen such a scene? The first wood true essence was not enough, it turned out to be a spiritual liquid condensed by the first wood true essence. This drop was enough to make people salivate, but Yang Chen poured it down as if it didn't cost anything. For a while, the two women were shocked and couldn't say a word. It wasn't until Yang Chen asked again that a Zhu realized that the master had something to ask. After a hurried estimate, she quickly replied, if this is the case, it will take at most 1 year before they will have spiritual wisdom and can start cultivating. Getting this answer, Yang Chen was also secretly happy in his heart. Each of these Penglai divine woods was of excellent quality. It was conceivable that after opening their spiritual wisdom, their aptitude for cultivation was absolutely not bad. With these dozens of loyal subordinates, Yang Chen could do a lot of things more easily. Take good care of them, Yang Chen told a Zhu and a Bai, and then returned to the outside. The two tool spirits, a Zhu and a Bai, have already received great benefits from Yang Chen, and Yang Chun promised to immediately sacrificial refine the second layer of the medicine garden space after coming out, so they were overjoyed. Naturally, they put Yang Chen's words in their hearts and did not dare to forget them. Yang Chun did not forget his original intention of coming out this time. The first wood true essence had been in his hands, and the first wood true secret art had also been completed. Next, he would go and collect the future little monstrous talent, Mu Bo. After identifying it, Yang Chun drove the shuttle to continue moving forward. Holding the medicine garden bottle in his hand, Yang Chun began the overall sacrificial refining. Now that Yang Chen's cultivation had risen by a large level, and his spiritual sense had become unreasonably strong, the sacrificial refining was much easier than in the past, and it also saved a lot of time. Originally, Yang Chun had already carried out the sacrificial refining of the second layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the fourth layer of the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. Now it was simply combined with the dome hall to carry out the sacrificial refining. In just half a year, Yang Chun re-refined the medicine garden to the second layer of heavenly dipper and the fourth layer of earth fiend. This time, with the promotion of the first wood Jindan, Yang Chun immediately tried to carry out the sacrificial refining of the heavenly dipper third layer and the earth fiend sixth layer. The initial stage of the sacrificial refining process was smooth, as if it was a matter of course. Of course, Yang Chun also understood that a Zhu and a Bai recognized him as their master. The entire herb garden did not resist at all, so the refinement process was extremely smooth. A Zhu and a Bai happily looked at all the space of the medicine garden. The soil had all turned into the fifth earth layer, and after being sacrificial refined by the seventh metal true essence, even the land contained the seventh metal aura, with the meaning of earth giving birth to metal. The surrounding sea was wider, and the first wood was thriving. Compared with the first wood plants, the improvement of the second wood was not very obvious. First, Yang Chun did not have the second wood true essence, and second, Yang Chun did not have so much second wood true essence spiritual solution to nourish all the second wood medicinal materials. I really want to see what rare spirit medicines are in the ocean. A thought passed to Yang Chen's mind from the distant bottle, but it was the common thought of a Zhu and a Bai. There was no condition before, but now there was a wide ocean, which was completely suitable for planting. There will be a chance. Yang Chun sent a wisp of thought to a Zhu and a Bai, and then stopped the sacrificial refining of the medicine garden's purified bottle, and began to think about where he was. According to Yang Chen's calculation, he had not yet reached the forest where Mu Bo was. However, the surrounding weather had already cooled down, and white snow began to appear along the way. Remembering that Mu Bo was born in a cypress forest, Yang Chun opened his spiritual awareness and began to slowly look for cypress along the way. Now Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could cover at least a few hundred miles. As long as the speed was a little slower, he could fly over and he could know the movements within 100 miles. What kind of trees were there? It was naturally clear at a glance. After going north for thousands of miles, Yang Chun noticed that there were many more cold astral winds around. Generally speaking, weaker demonic beasts would be severely injured by this kind of astral wind, not to mention the coldness that was mixed in it, which could almost freeze a person in an instant. It was just the cold or just the astral wind, the power was not much, but everyone knew that if something was frozen solid, when it was frozen and brittle, as long as a little force was used, the whole body would be crushed. The astral wind plus the cold was such an effect. It was no wonder that Mu Bo had such achievements later. Growing up in such an environment, from the moment of germination, he grew up in hardship all the time, experienced countless sufferings, and faced the test of life and death at any time. Such a person, a monster, if he had no future, it would be a strange thing. Yang Chun was in the shuttle, and did not have to directly withstand this astral wind. However, after noticing the astral wind, Yang Chun put away the shuttle, and turned to flying on his own sword. Was there anything better than fighting against this kind of astral wind at any time to consolidate his cultivation base? The cold astral wind blew on the body, it was like countless knives scratching. Even Yang Chun had to force the astral wind out of his body and fly slowly. But soon, Yang Chun found that this effect was not good. He simply let go of the resistance, let the astral wind blow on his body, and he began to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, relying on the physical strength to resist the astral wind. The astral wind was mixed with ice and snow and kept hitting Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen's body seemed to be made of fine steel, no matter what hit it, it would be smashed. Under such circumstances, Yang Chen unexpectedly found that in order to resist the cold and astral wind and this kind of ice and snow, the cultivation speed of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique had also improved. It seemed that this was a little passive defense effect under pressure. With such benefits, Yang Chen was certainly not in a hurry to find Mu Bo immediately. In such a large snow-raging area, while cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, he slowly looked for the extremely rare cypress forest. He knew that it was in this direction, but he didn't know the specific location. In this area of millions of miles, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Anyway, he could temper the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Even if he couldn't find it in the end, Yang Chen would not be upset. It could only mean that Mu Bo and himself were not fated. For cultivators, fate was also very important. It was strange to say that when Yang Chen slowly flew in this area with this mentality, he suddenly found a cypress forest within the scope of his spiritual awareness. Chapter 6:17. Intentionally planting flowers but not letting it bloom, unintentionally inserting willow trees. Perhaps this was the situation. When Yang Chen was aware of this, he also slightly smiled. It seemed that this Mu Bo might really be fated with him in this life. Slowly flying over, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness began to explore unscrupulously in the cypress forest. The appearance of such a cypress forest in the north was not a surprising thing, but in this extreme weather it was somewhat rare. This cypress forest had a radius of 100 miles. Almost no one would set foot in this ice field, so there was no trace of human habitation here. After the powerful spiritual awareness scanned it, Yang Chen soon discovered that there was a spiritual vein under this cypress forest. No wonder there would be so many cypress trees growing, and there would also be an enchanting guy like Mu Bo. It turned out to be like this. The spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage explored it, and the movement in the cypress forest was almost clear at a glance. After a while, Yang Chen found at least 100 cypresses. The cultivation base was from the Qi refining stage to the peak Jedan stage. Yang Chen couldn't determine which one was the Mu Bo he was looking for, so he could only look for it according to his cultivation aptitude. Speaking of it, these cypress trees that could become monsters were all outstanding in this cypress forest, otherwise it would be impossible to stand out among almost hundreds of thousands of cypress trees. However, the Mu Bo that Yang Chen was looking for was a rare genius, and his cultivation aptitude was absolutely outstanding. Therefore, as long as Yang Chen found the best one, it should not be wrong. Of course, the aptitude was not absolute. The acquired character and opportunity could also change the conditions of a person's life. This was the case for humans, and the same was true for monsters. Under the pressure of Yang Chen's Deshang stage spiritual awareness, even the cypress monster, who had already reached the peak Jedan stage, could not help but tremble slightly. Although these cypresses have not been transformed, all of them were in the shape of big trees. It seemed that only the trunks and treetops were shaking with the strong wind, but Yang Chen understood that they were afraid. A peak Jedan stage cultivator, being explored by a master of the Deshang stage with his spiritual awareness, would definitely be scared out of his wit. Of course, a freak like Yang Chen was an exception. This group of cypresses was in such a state. They all thought that they were being stared at by a master of the Deshang stage, so they were all silent and did not dare to make any extra movements. Every cypress monster Yang Chun carefully explored. Each situation Yang Chun had some understanding. Soon Yang Chen's attention was focused on the two cypresses. One was naturally the cypress monster of the peak Jedon stage, and the other was a little cypress monster that had just condensed its dan. The one with the highest cultivation base, Yang Chun would certainly pay attention. However, Yang Chun found that this cypress monster of the peak Jedon stage was not the best. The reason why it had the highest cultivation base was because it was the oldest. Under the nourishment of the spiritual vein for many years, it had reached the present stage. The other young little cypress monster was the one with the best qualifications that Yang Chun had. The body was holding the crown of the tree in the surrounding ordinary cypress, and there was no trace of side branches on the long trunk. The trunk was straight up and there was no scar or anything else. The root system was very solid and developed, almost several times larger than the surrounding cypresses. In addition to this, there was another point. This little cypress monster had a mellow spiritual power than others. Even if it was in the same realm, it was a bit stronger than those around it. After determining these two goals, Yang Chun used the beast-controlling secret art to convey his thoughts. Soon he came into contact with the thoughts of the cypress monster of the peak Jedon stage. I don't know which expert is coming, please forgive me. As the oldest and most qualified cypress monster, the old tree of the peak Jedon stage naturally became the patriarch of this cypress family. Being oppressed by Yang Chen's Deshang realm spiritual awareness, the old tree took it for granted and asked Yang Chen to forgive him first. We have not offended him, why should we ask him to forgive us? A thought next to him was very clear. Yang Chen could not help but laugh. This expression of dissatisfaction was actually the little cypress monster that he had taken a fancy to. Yang Chen did not speak. He angrily snorted, and a spiritual awareness oppressed over. The spiritual awareness of the Deshang realm directly descended on the head of the little cypress monster. Suddenly, the little cypress monster seemed to have a big mountain on its head. The figure of Yang Chen seemed to have suddenly turned into the most powerful god, and he could crush the little cypress monster into pieces at any time and anywhere. Under such pressure, the little cypress monster suddenly burst out, and its body suddenly showed a green color. The snowflakes on the canopy fell, and it unexpectedly resisted the pressure of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. It did not want to give in at all. At first glance, it was a stubborn kid. Interesting. Yang Chen sneered, and the sneer made people shudder. Master, calm your anger. The child is not sensible. I also ask the master to forgive him. When the old cypress saw it, he was almost scared into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was just a cypress and would not sweat. However, he still hurriedly expressed to Yang Chen the intention to ask Yang Chen to calm his anger. This little cypress monster was his descendant. Now that Yang Chen was a senior, he still dared to contradict him like this, which really made the old cypress shocked. If Yang Chen was angry and destroyed their whole family, it did not seem to be a big deal, and with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, it was not a difficult thing. He was not afraid of pressure, and even dared to express his opinion in the face of the spiritual awareness of the Deshang realm. His will was tenacious. Yang Chen had even determined that this little guy was the future generation monster Mu Bo he was looking for. If you want me to calm my anger, I can. Yang Chen directly sent a message to the old tree in the peak Jedon realm. This little guy is very interesting. I intend to accept him as a disciple. What do you think? Just now, he was still under the pressure of the spiritual awareness, and in the blink of an eye, he wanted to accept a disciple. This change made the old tree puzzled for a while. Looking at Yang Chen, he did not know what he wanted to do. I think he has a good aptitude. I intend to accept him as a disciple. What do you think? Seeing the old tree in a daze, Yang Chen asked again. Only then did the old tree react. It hurriedly transmitted its thoughts. It's my grandson's fortune that you've taken a fancy to him. I can't ask for more. I don't want to be his disciple. The old tree expressed his willingness here, and the little cypress over there said with some dissatisfaction. When he opened his mouth, the old tree was so scared that he almost rushed over to cover his mouth. You don't want to? Yang Chen was a little surprised. If someone in the monster race was willing to support them, almost all of them wanted it, but this little guy was actually unwilling? Chapter 6:18. You are just a cultivator in the early Jedon stage, why should you be my master? This time, the little guy directly said the true cultivation base of Yang Chen, and even recognized that Yang Chen was not a monster race cultivator, but a cultivator. Yang Chen was stunned. He had been using his spiritual awareness to suppress all the cypresses here, just to give them an illusion, let them feel that he was a master of the Deshang stage, and dare not resist. Even the old tree in the peak Jedon stage was deceived by him, but it was seen through by the little tree monster. After being in a daze, Yang Chen couldn't help but admire in his heart. This time he picked up a treasure. Regardless of whether the little tree monster was the evildoer Mu Bo, this eyesight and the means of not being suppressed by spiritual awareness could definitely occupy a place among the future monster race masters. You are just in the Jedon stage? Listening to the words of the little tree monster, the old tree in the peak Jedon stage also began to shake. He was very clear about the eyesight of his grandson, even he could not hide it. Yang Chen turned out to be only in the early Jedon stage, and he still called him a senior. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was too powerful. When it was released to suppress these cypresses, they almost did not dare to doubt it. There was also a little tree monster who raised questions. I am in the early Jedon stage, but I can still be your master. Yang Chen's figure had fallen and stood in front of the little tree monster. Talk after you've defeated us. The little tree monster could not speak, but the idea that was transmitted arrived at the same time, but it was his thick branch. The little tree monster was very confident, and Yang Chen was very sure of this. This showed that it was not the first time he did this kind of thing, that is to say, the little tree monster at least competed with other companions here. With his strength in the early Jedon stage, he dared to challenge Yang Chen, and he was still so confident, indicating that he had won more than once. Maybe the old cypress was not his opponent. The early Jedon stage could deal with the peak Jedon stage. This kind of strong performance could almost be compared with the current Yang Chen. Yang Chen was now more and more interested in the performance of the little tree monster. He was almost certain that this little guy was the future evildoer Mu Bo standing in the same place. Yang Chen did not move and directly used his body to take the attack of the little tree monster. Boom! The thick branches of the little tree monster were drawn on Yang Chen's body. His body, which had been tempered by Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique, still felt a burst of pain. If he had not been prepared and had already prepared the golden bell, this blow might have made Yang Chen's skin be torn. It's not strong enough, and the means of attack are single. Yang Chen shook his head at the little tree monster in front of him, and still did not make a move. Yang Chen shook his head at the little tree monster in front of him, and still did not make a move. This was a common method of the tree monster. Once entangled by the roots, they would be bound, and then get tighter and tighter, and finally unable to support and die. However, Yang Chen just stretched out his hand and pulled his arms, and the thickest root that entangled himself was pulled away. Then Yang Chen just pulled a few times, but the little tree monster clearly felt a huge force pulling his limbs apart, and could no longer entangle Yang Chen. Boom! A large tree trunk suddenly stretched out around, but some of the surrounding cypresses saw that the situation was not good, and they all attacked. Yang Chen still did not dodge, and let the attack fall on him. Bang bang bang, a series of sounds rang out. A group of cypresses only felt that their attacks fell on an iron lump, and the strength of the shock even made them feel pain. Whiz, there was a sound of an object crossing the space at high speed, and an emerald green light and shadow cut through the space, directly chopping at the throat of Yang Chen. With a crisp sound, the green shadow stopped, but it was a wood attribute flying sword. At first glance, it was refined from its own body, but at the moment it stopped in front of Yang Chen's throat, and it could not move an inch. Flying sword is good, but the tempering time is too short, and the material is single. There is no other material to supplement, whether it is sharpness or texture, it is somewhat lacking. Yang Chen turned his head and looked at the owner of the flying sword, the old cypress in the peak Jedon stage. Here, only he had the ability to refine the flying sword, and other cypresses did not have such a level. This was the sorrow of ordinary monster cultivators. For a long time, in the absence of inheritance, they could only cultivate according to their own instincts. In terms of refining and alchemy, they were very weak. Even if they were as strong as the old tree monster Gui Shanyu, they also had the same problem. It was not until he met Yang Chen that he gradually changed his view. You have all moved your hands, now it should be my turn, right? Yang Chen smiled at the old cypress. This smile, in the eyes of the old cypress, suddenly had a bad feeling. The old cypress hurriedly passed a trace of thought. Sir, please be merciful. As soon as the thought arrived, the figure of Yang Chen had already appeared beside him. It was not seen how Yang Chen attacked, but he just reached out and hugged the body of the old cypress. His arms exerted force and shouted, "Up!" The huge body of the old cypress, under the pull of Yang Chen's arms, began to leave the ground, and was pulled out by Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not give the old cypress a chance. His hands changed position again and again, but in an instant, the body of the old cypress was completely pulled out of the ground. Grabbing the main root of the old cypress, without using any spiritual power, he directly threw it up. The huge and complete cypress was directly thrown into the air by Yang Chen, and then fell to the ground far away. With a bang, it hit the ground heavily. Although the old cypress was already at the peak Jedon stage, its body had never left the ground, and it began to panic. Yang Chen no longer cared about it. His figure flashed again, and he came in front of the little tree monster, doing the same thing. No matter how the little tree monster struggled, and how the roots continued to penetrate the depths of the ground, it could not resist the huge force from Yang Chen's hands. After a while, the body of the little tree monster was pulled out of the ground, and then Yang Chen followed the law, throwing the little tree monster and the peak Jedon stage old cypress together. The old patriarch and the future star were pulled out by Yang Chen, and the other cypresses around them were almost crazy. Countless branches and stones, like raindrops, flew toward Yang Chen. "Quiet!" Yang Chen's voice suddenly became loud, and then there was a buzzing sound in his body, as if a giant bell was ringing in Yang Chen's body, and the low bell sound quickly spread around. Everything that flew to Yang Chen turned into powder silently in an instant. As long as the bell sound was within the range, those cypresses that launched the attack were like being hit by a heavy blow. All stopped moving, and all the branches also softly hung down. At first glance, it seemed that they had fallen into a coma. Chapter 6:19. Unexpectedly, the old cypress and the little tree monster remained awake. An old man and a young man looked at Yang Chen at the moment, as if they were looking at a devil, full of horror. "It's really easy to destroy you," Yang Chen said as he walked to the side of the old and the young. The two tree monsters were re-rooting their roots into the soil. When they saw Yang Chen coming over, the little tree monster still wanted to fight. Yang Chen's body suddenly rushed out of two fire dragons and quickly surrounded the two cypresses. Two fire dragons, one purple and one green, flew up and down around the two cypresses, and even rubbed their bark as they flew. The raging flame exuded a fierce high temperature, so there was no doubt that Yang Chen could turn them into ashes at any time if he wanted. "What did you do to them?" The little tree monster was indeed persistent. At this time, he did not care about the situation of himself and the old cypress, but asked about the situation of other cypresses. They just temporarily lost consciousness. Yang Chen replied with a smile. For the little guy who still cared about his companions in this situation, Yang Chen was more and more in tune with his appetite. In order to show that he did not lie, Yang Chen's heart moved, his spiritual power was stimulated, and the golden bell in his body made a muffled sound. But this time, it was not like the last time that people were stunned, but it woke them up. Soon all the surrounding cypresses woke up. Everyone saw the two fire dragons beside the old cypress and the little tree monster, and all of them were shocked. But at this moment, everyone knew that the lives of the two people were hanging in the hands of Yang Chen, so no one dared to act rashly. In fact, with the previous blow, all the cypresses knew that even if they joined up, they could not be the opponent of Yang Chen. Now that the patriarch's life was hanging by a thread, no one dared to easily anger Yang Chen, for fear that Yang Chen's anger would lead to unpredictable consequences. It must be known that at this moment, the life and death of the old patriarch and the little tree monster were really in the hands of Yang Chen. The flying sword is still lacking. Why don't you take a look at my flying sword? Yang Chen reached out and the first wood flying sword appeared in his hand. Even if there was no sword flight or attack, the appearance of the first wood flying sword had already made the cypresses widen their eyes. Taking a few steps forward, Yang Chen stood not far from the body of the old cypress and the little tree monster. He let go of the first wood flying sword and drew a big circle in front of the cypress monsters. Then the sharp blade made two soft sounds and cut the bark of the old cypress and the little tree monster. Yang Chen's first wood flying sword had reached the point where the spiritual power was converged. Looking at the flying sword, at most, it looked good. With the level of these cypresses, it was impossible to perceive the first wood spirit power on the flying sword. However, the old cypress and the little tree monster, who had their bark cut, felt the pure first wood spirit power contained in the flying sword at the moment when the flying sword cut their bodies, and their eyes shone. Until the first wood flying sword disappeared from Yang Chen's body, the eyes of the old cypress and the little tree monster were still reluctant to follow the green afterimage. The old cypress had already put away his flying sword, which could almost be equivalent to a broken sword, and his eyes were full of eagerness. Do I have the qualifications to accept you as a disciple now? Yang Chen's eyes swept over the little tree monster and asked very casually. In fact, needless to say, the little tree monster had already been convinced. However, his stubborn temper still made him like a child. When he saw Yang Chen's eyes looking over, he turned his head in anger and did not speak. It is his blessing that Master is fond of him. The old cypress really saw the wind and saw the rudder. He had just discovered that Yang Chen was in the early Jedon stage. He wanted to turn his face, but this time, he immediately changed the direction of the wind. There was such a powerful guy in the Jedon stage willing to accept the little tree monster as a disciple. It was really a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Your qualifications are good, but without a good cultivation method, without the guidance of a master, even if you can stand out in the future, your achievements will be limited. In front of the little tree monster, Yang Chen did not blush and said these words that he did not believe. I can guide you, I can give you the best cultivation method, I can also give you the best magic weapon, the most suitable medicinal pill, and let you become a famous figure in the world. You can think about it, I will never force you. The old tree monster listened to Yang Chen's words, and almost his saliva flowed out. The best cultivation method, the best magic weapon, the most suitable medicinal pill, even the monster race had to covet it. These things that Yang Chen said were too far away from the large cypress monsters here. Cultivation method, can you also teach my people? The little tree monster finally turned his head and hesitated for a long time before he asked. No. Yang Chen directly shook his head and replied, even if it is your people, it cannot be passed on easily unless they join my sect. Otherwise, if it is passed on to the outside, I will personally take it back. I think you understand what I mean by taking it back. It was not that Yang Chun cherished these cultivation methods, it was really that some things, if they were not hard-earned, would not be cherished too much. And for the fairness of reward and punishment, it was not necessarily a good thing. How could there be such a good thing in the world? He had not even made the slightest contribution, yet he was already receiving benefits? For Yang Chen's statement, it seemed that the little tree monster also had some expectations, but when he really heard it, he still had some regret. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to get a little benefit for his people, but he did not expect Yang Chen to be so tight-lipped. However, Yang Chen did not completely refuse. As long as they joined the Chunyang Palace, they could learn the cultivation methods of the Chunyang Palace. To put it bluntly, it was still a problem of standing in line, which was actually very easy to solve. At present, no one had come here to win them, and their group of cypresses, the highest cultivation base, was only a peak Jedon stage. It really could not attract the attention of others. This old man is willing to lead the whole family to join Sir's sect. The old cypress hurriedly expressed his position to Yang Chen. After that, he remembered that he still did not know the identity of Yang Chen, let alone which sect Yang Chen belonged to. He could only ask with some embarrassment, "Sir, I haven't asked? I am Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace." Yang Chen did not hide his identity, and said it directly, and did not conceal the strength of the Chunyang Palace. For the time being, my sect can only be regarded as a second-rate sect, not a first-class one. I will let you down. Willing, I am willing. The old cypress hurriedly expressed his position. What a joke! A second-rate sect was not something that these rogue cultivators could compare with. Not to mention anything else, just looking at Yang Chen, who was only in the early Jedon stage, he could sweep them all, and he also let them attack before counterattacking. Such a powerful character, how bad would the sect be? Still not paying respects to the master? The old cypress saw that the little tree monster still hesitated, and hurriedly reminded him. This time, the little tree monster did not insist on anything, and directly bowed to the trunk of Yang Chen. Disciple Mu Bo greets Master. Chapter 620. Mu Bo, this little guy was really Mu Bo. Yang Chen listened to him, and his face also showed a smile. The future monstrous talent Mu Bo finally worshipped under his own door. With Mu Bo's apprenticeship, in Yang Chen's mind, in addition to receiving Mu Bo's intention to become his apprentice, there was also a monster soul. This was just like the monster soul that Yang Chen paid for the deal with Shi Kuei and Xiesha. The apprenticeship of the monster race was by no means a simple kowtow, but it was necessary to establish a master-apprentice relationship on the monster soul. Compared to the apprenticeship of the cultivators, it was much more formal. Moreover, there was a monster soul exchange. Generally speaking, the monster race would not betray their master. At this point, the monster race was much more important than the human cultivators. Get up! Yang Chen reached out slightly and accepted Mu Bo's apprenticeship. Next, the old cypress took the whole family to join the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics. In this matter, Yang Chen could, of course, make a direct decision. Presumably, the head of the palace would not say much. After all the loyal monster souls of the cypress monsters were received, Yang Chen was not stingy. The cultivation methods prepared for Mu Bo were directly put to use. This is a foundation-laying cultivation method. Your cultivation relies too much on instinct, and the level is not high. Since it was a member of the sect, Yang Chen certainly would not hide it. He directly commented, "You can start practicing this cultivation method again, regardless of the level of cultivation, especially the old patriarch." Yang Chen turned his head to the side of the old cypress patriarch and smiled. Before the cultivation of the old patriarch, there were some detours, so he could not form his nascent soul. After the foundation is relaid, forming the nascent soul will not be a problem. The old patriarch was also a knowledgeable person. After getting the jade slip and scanning it with his divine sense, He immediately understood the brilliance of it. Compared to staying here alone and relying on his instincts to cultivate, he did not know how many times better it was. Under the great joy, he immediately thanked him. There is also a spirit-tempering art cultivated by the Yao clan, a cultivation technique for cultivating one's divine sense. Yang Chen also took out a copy of the cultivation technique Jade Slip that he had obtained from the banyan tree cave and handed it over to the old patriarch. Cultivate your divine sense more, it will be beneficial. There was no need for Yang Chen to elaborate, everyone knew the benefits of cultivating their spiritual consciousness. Not to mention anything else, just Yang Chen in the early Zhedan stage could release the spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage, and the people of their clan were suppressed and did not dare to move. His power was evident. Hearing what Yang Chen said, everyone was naturally happy. There's also a demonic king transformation art. It can allow you to leave your original body and transform into a demonic body. Since he was going to give them to them, he might as well give them all at once. This time, Yang Chen took out the first step Demon King transformation art. This Monster King transformation secret art was not the transformation secret art that Yang Chen obtained from the spiritual world, but the cultivation method on the jade slip that he snatched from the hands of the second city lord. After cultivation, one could not directly transform into a human body, but become a monster body with a human body and a monster head. Most of the monster race in the banyan tree cave cultivated this cultivation method. If this cultivation method of the monster race could be cultivated to the highest level, it could also be separated from the monster body, but it required a deep effort. Yang Chen did not require them to be able to cultivate to the extreme. As long as their cultivation base reached a certain level, they could transfer to the transformation secret art of the spiritual world and directly transform into a human body. Of course, these things were the benefits of joining the new sect. Yang Chen said that there were higher-level cultivation methods, but they needed to reach the Yuanying stage to be able to cultivate, including the transformation secret art. The spiritual veins under this cypress forest were somewhat scattered. Yang Chen personally made a move and arranged a spirit-gathering formation within a radius of 10 miles, which could effectively restrain the overflow of these spiritual veins within this range. Hundreds of cypresses cultivated in this spirit-gathering formation, and the effect was at least several times stronger than before. Even if they haven't started to cultivate the foundation-laying cultivation method, the strength of the spiritual power alone made everyone surprised. With the organization, it was really different. Cultivation methods, spiritual veins, almost instantaneously. The old patriarch almost jumped up with excitement. Others had not seen these cultivation methods, but the old patriarch had seen them from the beginning. Although he did not cultivate it, he also knew that it was definitely a powerful cultivation method suitable for their clan. At the same time of excitement, the old patriarch also felt lucky for his grandson's luck. If it wasn't for Yang Chen looking at Mu Bo and wanting to accept him as an apprentice, maybe this large and small family of hundreds of cypresses dared to contradict Yang Chen before, and they would be directly exterminated by Yang Chen. Thinking of this, the old patriarch was also full of fear. However, now there was no such concern at all. They joined the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics, and Mu Bo was also accepted as an apprentice by Yang Chen. In the future, they would barely be a family, and they would no longer have to worry about Yang Chen looking for them to settle accounts. Naturally, the old patriarch could also think that with Yang Chen's magnanimity, he would definitely not put that little thing in his heart. I will stay here for a while and guide Mu Bo's cultivation. Yang Chen accepted the apprentice and did not talk much nonsense. He directly explained his arrangements. During this time, if you have any questions in cultivation, you can also ask me. I will try my best to answer. The old patriarch was overjoyed and immediately began to pass down the cultivation method. Then he respectfully invited Yang Chen to do a lecture and explained these cultivation methods in detail. This kind of work of pointing out new people, Yang Chen had already done it skillfully when he was a disciple in Yeshua. Although it was only a monster race cultivation method, under Yang Chen's experience, a foundation-laying cultivation method of the monster race, there was really nothing that could baffle Yang Chen. No matter who raised the question, Yang Chen could find an absolutely suitable answer, and it was an answer that these cypresses had never heard or seen before, but they didn't need to practice to feel that it was reasonable. There were a few cypresses who were not convinced at first and even asked a few problems they had encountered in their previous cultivation. Now that they had solved it, they wanted to embarrass Yang Chen through these. As a result, what surprised all the cypresses was that Yang Chen did not even think about it and answered their questions. Moreover, he directly concluded that they no longer had these problems. How did they solve it at that time? What method should be more appropriate? It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Yang Chen's words almost hit the crux of all the guys who asked questions. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, they understood what mistakes they had made in the past. Originally, they were complacent that they had passed a certain threshold. Now they understood that many of the troubles in cultivation were the sequelae left over from that year. This time, everyone was sincerely convinced. After this time, no one had any doubts about Yang Chen. All of them were humbly asking for advice, especially the old cypresses and Mu Bo who asked the most frequently, and Yang Chen also explained patiently. Anyway, when a person asked a question, everyone was in contact with Yang Chen at the same time. Everyone was of the same race, and many of the problems were the same. Chapter 6:21. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, when they cultivated again, everyone clearly felt the improvement of their cultivation speed. This was not only the credit of the spirit-gathering array, but the improvement brought by the cultivation method of the system could not be underestimated. For a time, the entire cypress monster family was all rejoicing, and everyone's confidence was greatly boosted. Even the old cypress seemed to see the hope of forming his nascent soul. Wood monsters were different from other cultivators. Sometimes when their cultivation realm was low, they could not wait to attack a high realm before their lifespan would run out and they would die. But the wood monsters were not the same. Generally, as long as the wood monsters opened their spiritual wisdom, they could basically survive for many years. Compared with human beings, it was too long. Basically, when the human cultivators had died, the wood monsters could still rely on their long life to slowly attack the realm. If at this time, with someone's guidance, naturally there was a great hope to enter a high level. Although everyone was happy, this did not prevent everyone from envying Mu Bo. Because after passing the cultivation method to everyone, Yang Chen actually took Mu Bo directly to the other side and began to teach him alone. However, even if they were envious, they could not be envious. Yang Chen was now the master of Mu Bo. It was normal for the master to instruct the disciple alone. Even if other cypresses were envious, they could only sigh. Yang Chen taught alone. Not only did he take Mu Bo to the side, but he also directly arranged a magic array to isolate the spiritual awareness of all the cypresses. He and Mu Bo were in the array, and others could not explore the situation inside. Mu Bo, your cultivation qualifications are very good, so even if you practice the same cultivation method as everyone else, you can still be outstanding. Yang Chen explained to Mu Bo very seriously, so, in terms of cultivation method, I will not take too special care of you for the time being. Master has already taught this disciple the foundation-laying cultivation method. This disciple understands. Mu Bo respectfully responded to Yang Chen. There was no dissatisfaction. You have this mentality, very good. Yang Chen nodded and praised with satisfaction. However, since I am your master and you are my disciple, I still have to give you a greeting gift. Following Yang Chen's words, a large pile of leaves suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's hand. At this time, Mu Bo also looked over. When he saw the large pile of leaves, his eyes suddenly lit up. The pile of leaves exuded an extremely pure first wood aura, which was the favorite aura of the first wood monster race. Like Mu Bo, Yang Chen said that this was a greeting gift for him. Could this be it? In Yang Chen's hand was a large pile of leaves of Penglai divine wood. However, these leaves were taken from the Penglai divine wood that Yang Chen used to refine the first wood flying sword. In fact, at that time, Yang Chen only took the trunk and main root. Many of the side branches and leaves were cut off, and he did not replant them. These scattered branches and leaves were just a tonic for Mu Bo. Of course, his current cultivation base was still low, far from being able to directly swallow a whole Penglai divine wood like the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. However, there was no problem at all in absorbing these leaves for the time being. I will stay here for a year. These leaves, and some branches during this year, you can absorb as much as you can, Yang Chen said directly. These things were left for Mu Bo. Of course, he would absorb as much as he could. Although Mu Bo did not know what kind of tree these leaves were, he could understand the preciousness of these leaves simply by instinct. When he heard that there were still some branches, he was even more surprised. He immediately thanked Yang Chen again, and then took the leaves from his hand. The trunk cracked open a small mouth, and put the leaves of the Penglai divine wood in it. During the time when Mu Bo absorbed the leaves of the Penglai divine wood, Yang Chen also stayed here. In addition to pointing out the cultivation of the cypresses, he was tempering his own body refining technique. The bitter wind tempered all the cypresses here extremely well. Although it was not so powerful when facing Yang Chen knew how strong these guys were if they were put outside. These cypresses, in addition to conquering them by force, Yang Chen also needed to be gentle and let them be completely loyal to the Chunyang Palace. The previous cultivation method and spirit gathering array, together with the guidance of Yang Chen, were soft. However, these were not enough. Yang Chen still wanted to add more. For these ordinary cypresses, Yang Chen also gave them a motivation to cultivate. A branch of the Penglai divine wood with the thickness of a finger, as long as one of them cultivated to the peak Jedon realm, they could get such a branch as a reward. Of course, the premise was to use the brand new foundation cultivation method of the tree monster, rather than the self-exploration method of their original cultivation. The attraction of the Penglai divine wood was really extraordinary. Although the cypresses did not know what the branch was, the pure aura exuded from it made them instantly attracted. The eyes of the big tree scars on the trunk almost burst out of fire, staring at the branches and wishing to swallow them with their eyes. In addition, you can't cultivate the monster body now, let alone the human form, so you can't return to the sect for the time being. Yang Chen said some words in the front and also left enough space for himself. The transformation secret art is carefully cultivated. After 30 years, it is estimated that you can all cultivate the monster body. At that time, I will come back to take you back to the sect. The environment here is special, and the cold wind is of great benefit to the body refining. On weekdays, all the cultivation must be carried out in the astral wind. Yang Chen did not want these guys to be greedy for the overflowing aura in the spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering array only allows each person to stay in it for up to 4 hours a day, so the aura is concentrated and it is good for everyone. No one disobeyed Yang Chen's words. His instructions had already made all the cypresses here shocked. Since the previous instructions were so correct, what he said now must be correct. Mu Bo's qualifications were really outstanding. In less than a month, he absorbed all the leaves of the Penglai divine wood given to him by Yang Chen. In the spiritual power of his cultivation, there was also a trace of the aura of the Penglai divine wood. For his own apprentice, Yang Chen would certainly not be stingy. He directly gave all the remaining leaves of the Penglai divine wood to Mu Bo. These were prepared for him. The earlier Mu Bo absorbed it, the earlier he would become the powerful evildoer in the future. While guiding the cultivation of Mu Bo and guiding the cultivation of the cypresses, Yang Chen did not forget to temper his yellow turban strongman body refining technique day and night. When everyone saw that Yang Chen was cultivating in the astral wind, they were even more unwilling and followed. Soon, a year had passed in the midst of everyone's painstaking cultivation. Chapter 6:22. During the year, in addition to the normal cultivation of the foundation-laying cultivation method, the transformation secret art and the spirit-refining secret art, Mu Bo spent the rest of the time constantly absorbing the branches and leaves of the Penglai divine wood given to him by Yang Chen. A whole leaf of the Penglai divine wood, Mu Bo only took half a year to completely absorb it. At first, the speed was still relatively slow, but later it became faster and faster, from 1 leaf to 10 leaves and then to 100 leaves. The speed was more than 100 times faster than before, and the aura of the Penglai divine wood was getting stronger and stronger. Other cypresses certainly discovered the changes in Mu Bo, but everyone was not jealous. First, Mu Bo was their younger generation. Second, Mu Bo was the apprentice of Yang Chen. The master gave the apprentice a little benefit. It was really not worth being jealous. Half a year later, Yang Chen began to give Mu Bo some small branches. If it was too thick, Mu Bai couldn't do anything about it now. Don't look at Mu Bo, who was already a master of the Jedon stage, but he relied on his own instinct to cultivate. After all, it was not enough. All the spiritual power was recultivated, and with the help of the Penglai divine wood, the advancement was also unusually fast. After all, there was the foundation of the Jedon stage, just like Gao Yu in the past. Even if he gave up his original cultivation base and recultivated his spiritual power, the advancement was also rapid. In half a year, Mu Bo had recultivated to the middle stage of the Qi refining stage. The speed of advancement was even unmatched by people like Yang Chen and Gao Yu, who had the full value of the acquired spirit root. The monster race was sometimes different from human cultivators, especially the tree species. The long-term accumulation over the years made it very easy for them to cross the threshold, and they did not even have to worry about the consolidation of their cultivation base. Of course, the premise was that these accumulations were long enough, and Mu Bo met such conditions. In fact, every tree demon would experience thousands of years or even longer before opening their wisdom, so the accumulation of these times was not a problem for them at all. This was also the reason why the treants were always getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chen's body, under the attention of the tree monsters, was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chen already felt that after several years of cultivation in the astral wind, the second layer of the body refining technique had already shown signs of great accomplishment. The initial requirement for practicing the Yellow Turban Warlock's body tempering technique was the strength of 1,000 caddies. After practicing the first layer, one would reach the strength of 10,000 caddies. However, after reaching the great accomplishment of the second layer, there was no longer a detailed description of the quantity. Instead, it was changed into another term, called mountain picking strength. Previously, Yang Chen effortlessly pulled out the bodies of the old cypress tree and Mu Bo directly from the ground, which had shocked everyone. What was the concept of pulling out an old cypress tree that had grown for thousands of years from the ground? Not to mention anything else, just the huge root system alone might have occupied an area of several acres. When the power of the soil gathered by each root was gathered together, it was definitely a terrifying force. Not to mention pulling it out, it was already a great achievement to be able to shake it a little. However, when Yang Chen uprooted the two giant trees, there was no pause and relaxation, it was done in one go. What made the surrounding cypresses even more scared was that when Yang Chen did this, he did not use his own spiritual power. They could not feel any spiritual power fluctuations. Perhaps the cypresses did not have the ability to feel the spiritual power fluctuations of Yang Chen, or Yang Chen's pure physical strength. But no matter which one, it was not good news for the cypresses. Now seeing Yang Chen practicing the body refining technique in the astral wind, the cypresses understood that it was the pure physical strength of Yang Chen. Not to mention anything else, just looking at him now waving the thick and terrifying huge stone pillar, he could even play a set of tricks. Even if the cypresses were not convinced, in the face of Yang Chen, they would not dare to stab him. It must be known that the huge stone pillar had far exceeded the weight of 10,000 jin. Even the tree monsters, who were famous for their strength, could not pick it up, let alone wave it. Mu Bo and the old cypress, plus the 3 strongest cypresses, could work together to carry the stone pillar that Yang Chen had refined. After discovering this, Mu Bo admired his master even more. Yang Chen's body shape had reached the limit. Yang Chen knew that after reaching the realm of mountain-picking strength, the body would no longer change. The main focus of the 3rd layer of the body refining technique was to begin to temper the internal organs. Becoming stronger from the inside out, this was the fundamental goal of the yellow turban strongman technique. After cultivating for almost 5 months again, there was a click sound in Yang Chen's body. This sound seemed to come from the inside of the body, and only Yang Chen himself could hear it, as if some shackles had been opened. The body suddenly felt relaxed, and the muscles that had always been tight seemed to become relaxed and soft after the click sound. Yang Chen stopped and gently moved his hands and feet, but there was an indescribable feeling of power in his hands. Yang Chen understood in his heart that the 2nd layer of the body refining technique had already reached the great accomplishment realm. This was a complete surprise. Before Yang Chen came here, he did not think that this cold astral wind could be used to refine the body. He did not expect to complete the 2nd layer of the body refining technique here. The next cultivation of the body refining technique would focus on strengthening the internal organs, and at the same time, it would slowly adjust the muscles to normal. In other words, Yang Chen's body shape would also begin to slowly return to its original state, and it would no longer be as muscular as it was now. Counting the days, it had been 11 months since he found Mu Bo. In another month, it would be time for Yang Chen to leave. When Yang Chen was cultivating for 5 months, Mu Bo was not idle. He swallowed nearly 200 tiny branches of the Penglai divine wood. Now Mu Bo's body already had a trace of pure Penglai divine wood aura. The speed of his cultivation had become more and more abnormal. In less than a year, he had advanced from the early stage of the qi refining to the late stage of the qi refining. According to this progress, Mu Bo's refoundation would only be a matter of 2 or 3 years. Maybe when Yang Chen came again after 30 years, Mu Bo would be able to recondense his Dan. Seeing that he was about to leave, Yang Chen took Mu Bo into the illusion formation alone again. This time, it was no longer a branch of the Penglai divine wood, but a large cup of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. Refining the Penglai divine wood, with Mu Bo's current cultivation base, there would inevitably be some impurities in his body. The 4 C's mysterious coral liquid could just discharge these impurities, so that Mu Bo's cultivation path would be smoother in the future. After taking the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, Mu Bo's performance was different from that of human beings. It was not a deep sleep, but a complete transformation into its body, showing a complete cypress tree. It could not be seen that this was a cypress monster. However, a large amount of tree sap soon appeared on the tree trunk. Chapter 6:23. In this state, Mu Bo has been in this state for half a month. Next, Yang Chen gave him a cup of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, so that Mu Bo entered this state again and discharged more resin. These resin were the impurities on Mu Bo's body. After removing these, Mu Bo suddenly discovered the changes in his body. Although Yang Chen did not explain to him the preciousness of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, Mu Bo also understood that this was not an easy thing to get. For his master's cultivation, Mu Bo was grateful. Once again answering the questions of the cypress monsters, it was finally time for Yang Chen to leave. Although Yang Chen came here in a very rude and unreasonable way at the beginning, after a year of getting along, these cypresses still had some reluctance to part with him. Step up your cultivation, Wait until the monster body is achieved. After 30 years, I will personally come to take you back to the sect. Yang Chen once again promised a group of cypress monsters to see each other again. He drove the flying sword and embarked on the process of returning to the Central Plains. There were few people here, even the monster race rarely came here. The cypress monsters were very safe. 30 years for the people in the cultivation world, it was just a blink of an eye. He believed that everyone would be able to meet again soon. Although the strength of these cypress monsters was now low, he believed that after arriving at the Chunyang Palace, their spiritual power would be abundant, and they would be trained by the old tree demon. They would definitely be the best guards to guard the mountain gate. Not only that, if they could keep up with Yang Chen's fast-moving master, after overcoming their slow shortcomings, even if it was a siege, they could also become the main force. He cultivated the first wood true secret art, seized the inheritance of the second city master, subdued such a group of cypress monsters, accepted the future evildoer Mu Bo as an apprentice, and accidentally cultivated the second layer of the yellow-turbaned strongman body refining technique. Yang Chen's trip was really fruitful. Calculating the time, it seemed that he had not seen Sun Qingxue for more than 30 years, almost 40 years. With Yang Chen's understanding of Sun Qingxue's cultivation, at this time, Sun Qingxue should have already condensed her core. It was time to go and see this little girl. Back when Yang Chen was being chased by Luo Yuan, there was no news of him at all. Everyone thought that Yang Chen was dead, but Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan actually wore mourning clothes for him. Yang Chen didn't know how to repay them. Even if there was still one last hurdle in his heart that he had yet to overcome, this did not prevent him from being grateful to the little lass, nor did it prevent him from seeing her. The astral wind area could also temper the body. Yang Chen just flew slowly in the right direction until he was out of the astral wind area. Then he summoned the shuttle and flew in the direction of the Blue Cloud sect. From Chunyang Palace to the 10,000 Trees Forest, it took Yang Chen a whole year to find where Mu Bo was, and he spent another year on the road, but in the latter year, Yang Chen was mostly refining his body. The journey back this time did not take that long. It only took a year for them to return to the Middle Earth. Originally, a Zhu and a Bai estimated that under the direct soaking of the first wood true essence spiritual solution, the Penglai divine wood would open its wisdom after a year and could enter the state of cultivation. However, obviously, a Zhu and a Bai underestimated the power of the Penglai divine wood, and also underestimated the conditions needed for the Penglai divine wood to open its wisdom. Although Yang Chen had used the most powerful way to cultivate them, these Penglai divine woods still opened their wisdom one by one after Yang Chen returned to the Central Plains. Feeling the movement in the medicine garden, Yang Chen hurriedly stopped the shuttle, found a safe place, and directly entered the second layer of the medicine garden. A Zhu and a Bai came up to greet him for the first time, and then waited with Yang Chen at the edge of the first wood true essence spiritual solution pool, waiting for the Penglai divine wood's wisdom to open. Soon, a Penglai divine wood changed. Suddenly, two scar-like things appeared on the smooth and straight tree trunk. Then, the things moved and opened, revealing a pair of huge eyes that blankly looked around. Then, he saw Yang Chen at a glance, and his eyes showed a joyful light. In Yang Chen's sea of consciousness there was suddenly a consciousness connection, and he felt the joy coming from it. Yang Chen was also happy, and directly passed his thoughts over, letting him enjoy the first wood true essence spiritual solution. At the same time, he also passed the 3 cultivation methods to the cypress demon family. Those were the foundational cultivation method. Some of the advanced cultivation methods that Yang Chen knew were from the spiritual world, and at least the Yuanying stage could be cultivated. Although the Penglai divine wood was powerful, it had just opened its wisdom, and it was better to use these foundational cultivation methods. Naturally, there was absolute trust in Yang Chen. This Penglai divine wood monster immediately began to practice according to Yang Chen's instructions. Soon, the second Penglai divine wood opened its eyes. In this way, Yang Chen would not favor one and discriminate against the other. All the cultivation methods were passed down, and he still comforted it and guided its cultivation. Next, the 3rd, the 4th, until the 24th. Each of them was treated the same way. These Penglai tree demons opened their eyes and saw Yang Chen, and there was already Yang Chen's aura in their hearts. Naturally, they regarded Yang Chen as their own master. Master, the rest of these will not open their wisdom again. Zhu saw that Yang Chen was still waiting, and gently reminded him. Not all Penglai divine wood could become a monster. The remaining ones were the corners of the box that was made by the land at the time. There may be some damage, so it was impossible to cultivate. In the first wood true essence spiritual solution pool, there were still 7 Penglai divine woods that were thriving, but they could only be Penglai divine woods, and it was impossible to become a Penglai tree demon. This result made Yang Chen somewhat regretful, but Yang Chen also knew that the sky was not complete, and he could not demand too much. There were 24 Penglai tree demons, which was already incredible to the extreme. In particular, when these Penglai tree demons began to cultivate the foundation-laying cultivation method in the first wood true essence spiritual solution pool, the speed of advancement made Yang Chen stunned. Even a monstrous genius like Mu Bo had to recultivate in the Jedon stage for more than a year to be able to build the foundation, but these Penglai tree demons in front of him, in just 2 days, have already broken through the early Qi refining stage and entered the middle Qi refining stage. Connected with the consciousness of the Penglai tree demon, Yang Chen certainly knew that there was no problem with these Penglai divine woods at all. However, the speed of concealment was too shocking. It was indeed a powerful tree that was named with the word divine. In Yang Chen's mind, he suddenly remembered a heavenly cycle constellation formation, a ray left by a certain immortal on the immortal executioner stage before he died. It seemed that this formation was to be performed by 24 masters with similar cultivation bases and tacit understanding. 24 Penglai tree demons opened their wisdom on the same day and cultivated at the same time. Naturally their cultivation was equal. As for the tacit understanding, because of the communication of Yang Chen, the 24 Penglai tree demons could almost be said to be like conjoined babies, and their minds were interconnected. This large array was simply tailor-made for them. Chapter 6:24. Now these Penglai divine wood monsters have just developed spiritual wisdom and have just begun to cultivate. It was wishful thinking to want them to master the formation immediately. Yang Chen did not have such extravagant hope. However, after stopping to guard for a few days, Yang Chen finally understood the strength of the Penglai divine wood monsters. In just 10 days, the Penglai divine wood monsters almost reached the foundation stage at the same time. Compared with Mu Bo, this evildoer, it was dozens of times faster. This was not because the cultivation speed of the Penglai divine wood was fast, but because the starting point of their spiritual wisdom was high. It was not known how many tens of thousands of years of growth, and then it was made into a wooden box by the Earth Lord Master before he ascended, and left in front of the Earth Temple for an unknown amount of time. It experienced the reincarnation of incense flourishing to decline, plus the natural treasures. Their cultivation directly started from the foundation stage. Even without Yang Chen's cultivation method, without these first wood spiritual solution, as long as the Penglai divine would opened its spiritual wisdom, then it would not exceed a month at most, it would reach the current realm. What Yang Chen did was to make their conditions more superior, and there was no drawback of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. A Zhu and a Bai could communicate with these plants when they had not yet opened their spiritual wisdom. Now there were 24 Penglai divine wood monsters that could communicate with them with spiritual wisdom, and they were happy to jump up and down. There have been no partners here for many years. Recently, the only living creature with spiritual wisdom was Xiao Tian. It was too late to communicate with Xiao Tian. Now they finally had more companions. Seeing that everything was on the right track, Yang Chen also left the medicine garden with peace of mind. However, when he came out of the medicine garden, he noticed that there was an abnormality around him. The spiritual awareness threads were opened in an instant, but before Yang Chen could find out the movements around him, a cold killing intent had already reached his body, and then a thin black light quickly fell on Yang Chen's body. Ding! Yang Chen's skin was just tight. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique of the realm of mountain picking strength was running all the time. When he encountered external forces, his muscles were tense, and he instantly blocked the black light outside his body, and even did not trigger the body protection function of the golden bell. The black light that was blocked revealed its true form. It was a long, thin needle. If it wasn't for the light that flashed at high speed, people usually wouldn't notice such a thin and long needle. If it was at night, it would be an absolute weapon for sneak attacks. As soon as the long needle stopped in front of Yang Chen's chest, Yang Chen's reaction was faster than anyone else's. He immediately pinched the long needle with one hand. As soon as he pinched it, the long needle began to shake, as if it wanted to break free from Yang Chen's fingers. The other party was using the imperial sword technique to control the needles. When he was suddenly caught, he immediately panicked. But no matter how hard he tried, the black needle was firmly grasped by Yang Chen's fingertips, unable to be withdrawn. Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness had already locked onto a cultivator more than 200 feet away from him. For the time being, he couldn't see the master of this cultivator. He only knew that he was a scholar about 40 or 50 years old. He was staring at himself with a gloomy face, and his eyes flashed with a ray of hatred. In this regard, Yang Chen was very puzzled. He didn't know this guy. It must be known that Yang Chen's memory was very abnormal. Even if he only met people once, Yang Chen would remember them, but there was no shadow of this guy in his memory. The scholar was also in the Jedan stage, but it seemed that his realm was higher than Yang Chen's, in the middle Jedan stage. The other party sneak attacked him as soon as he came up, and he didn't ask for right or wrong, which made Yang Chen very angry. The only thing that could be used at hand was the first wood flying sword. Yang Chen's reaction was definitely not slow. As soon as he found the trace of the opponent, the first wood flying sword immediately flew out and cut towards the other party. The other party seemed to have nothing to fear. Suddenly, 8 shields flew out from his body and danced around him, completely shielding his body within them. No matter which direction the attack came from, it would be blocked by 1 or 2 of these 8 shields. The shield was not known what material it was made of. The smile on the scholar's face showed that he had strong confidence in the shield. Hey! With a soft sound, the first wood flying sword cut on one of the shields. Originally, this was the scene that the scholar had long thought about, but the next situation made him shocked. The shield blocked the flying sword, but it only blocked a little. The first wood flying sword had been crazily scoured and tempered by the first wood true essence spiritual solution. It was already sharp. With just one sword, it cut the shield in front of it into 2 halves. In a panic, the scholar hurriedly sent several other shields to the front of the sword blade. The first wood flying sword cut 4 shields in a row, and it looked a little exhausted. Yang Chen moved and called the flying sword back. You dare to take my flying needle with your bare hands, have you suffered? Although the scholar was panicked, he did not panic at all. Seeing Yang Chen take back the flying sword, he finally showed a grin. With a flash, he flew to the front of Yang Chen and faced Yang Chen. On Yang Chen's fingers there was a slight itch, and the place where he had just been stabbed was also a little itch. This could only explain one thing: this flying needle was dipped in poison. However, this degree of toxicity could not even penetrate Yang Chen's skin into the flesh and blood. The mountain-picking strength realm of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, not to mention the strength of the whole body, just the skin was not so easy to pierce. But since the other party was so proud, Yang Chen did not mind playing a play with him in order to get more information. In a flash, Yang Chen's face was covered with a layer of blue and black. It really seemed to be the manifestation of the poison. His legs seemed to be soft, unable to support his own weight. He staggered back 2 steps and sat down against a big tree. You used poison. Yang Chen reached out and pointed at the other party, but his arm seemed to be soft, unable to bear the weight of his hand. He just pointed and put it down. Well, there is nothing too deceitful in war. You want to show off, who can you blame? The scholar sneered and took a few steps forward. Looking down at Yang Chen, he asked coldly, "Tell me your name and origin." "You don't know who I am?" Yang Chen was a little surprised. The other party did not know who he was, and actually met with a sneak attack, when the Dao sex means were the same as the demon sex? "I don't know who you are, but I know that you can set up an array." The scholar sneered again, as if he was disdainful to answer Yang Chen's question, but in the end, he couldn't hold back the pride in his heart and said, "Taishamen are looking for masters who can set up an array. As long as they catch one, there will be a good reward. You have set up an illusion array here. It looks like a good technique, but you are unlucky to meet me." Just because Taishamen are looking for masters of array? Yang Chen suddenly understood. Chapter 625. The last time the Taishamen's welcoming array exploded, when Yang Chen left the mainland, the specific murderer was not found. The Taishamen were so angry that they even disregarded morality and asked the disciples of the Chunyang Palace to strip their life source magic weapons on the spot. Later, under the intervention of the Lord Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Taishamen suffered a loss of face. After the investigation was fruitless, they left, and Yang Chen took advantage of it and took away 15 life source magic weapons. Yang Chen originally thought that the Taishamen would erect a target in a short time for the sake of face and annihilate them all, so as to dismiss the face of the mountain gate being bombed. Unexpectedly, until now, they were still looking for the suspected formation masters, and looking at the scholar's posture, it seemed that as long as they had a certain level of attainment in the formation, they would be suspected, and they would be escorted to the Taishamen to identify them one by one. It turned out that this scholar was greedy for the reward of the Taishamen, and he happened to pass by here and found the illusion array that Yang Chen hastily arranged. He thought that Yang Chen was also a formation master, so he was tempted and waited. When he saw Yang Chen appear, he immediately launched a sneak attack. "You are unlucky to meet me." The scholar did not hear the strong mockery in Yang Chen's words. Under the complacency, he thought that his poison was unparalleled in the world. Yang Chen was already a meat on the chopping board, and he was at his mercy. He did not even take the minimum precautions. "That's also true." Yang Chen's voice suddenly became normal. His body suddenly stood up, stretched out his big hand, grabbed the scholar's neck, picked him up, and brought him in front of himself. "How is it possible?" The scholar was shocked, and the changes in front of him made him unable to believe it at all, but the big hand on his neck was like an iron clamp, reminding him that everything was true. Yang Chen pinched his neck, and he could no longer speak, but he was still doubtful in his mind. How could his poison needle not work? "Are you wondering about your poison needle?" Yang Chen could tell what the scholar was thinking at a glance. He smiled gently, and the blackness on his face disappeared without a trace. The hand that pinched the poison needle was placed in front of the scholar's eyes. The black needle was still pinched between 2 fingers. However, there was no change in Yang Chen's hand. This made the scholar, who was speechless, widen his eyes. Once again, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Holding the poison needle, Yang Chen casually injected a few needles into the scholar's body. Although the other party was in the middle stage of the Jedon stage, he was controlled by Yang Chen with one hand, so he couldn't display any of his great abilities. She watched helplessly as Yang Chen inserted needles into her body. Her eyes were filled with despair. In less than a moment, that is, a few breaths of time, the scholar's whole body began to turn black, and his eyes began to slacken. It was completely different from the posture of Yang Chen. Even the strength of the muscles on his neck was much smaller. If Yang Chen wanted to, he could break his neck with a pinch. This was unlikely to be a fake. Of course, even if it was a fake, Yang Chen would not be afraid. In the realm of mountain-picking strength, even the strength of the pinch also had the power of thousands of jin. The scholar's fragile neck, even if he used a strong mysterious skill to protect his body, could not stop Yang Chen from taking his life. The scholar's own poison, if he did not take the antidote, even he himself could not bear it. This was also the reason why he was confident in the poison. Yang Chen's realm was only in the early stage of the Jedon stage, which was not as good as him, so he always thought that Yang Chen had been deeply poisoned. Just as the vitality of the scholar was affected by his own poison and slowly passed away, Yang Chen's body suddenly came out of a green rattan. The rattan seemed to smell something delicious, and suddenly pierced into the scholar's arm. A powerful suction came from the rattan, and the scholar suddenly felt that his body was relaxed. The poison that made him weak, under this suction, obediently flowed along the blood vessels of the body and into the rattan. Then the body felt relaxed, as if it had never been poisoned. The scholar immediately understood that this must be the reason why Yang Chen was not afraid of his poison. Now his life was hanging in the hands of Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen detoxified him, he must have something to ask. On the magic weapon, the scholar understood that whether it was his poison needle or shield, it was not the opponent of Yang Chen's flying sword. The poison was ineffective against Yang Chen, so the scholar completely gave up resistance. I haven't been in the Central Plains for a long time. Tell me what has changed recently? Yang Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly said his request. His hand released the scholar's neck, but the flying sword was directly against the scholar's back. Start from the bombing of the Taishimen Mountain Gate. The scholar knew that he couldn't resist, so he cooperated obediently and began to talk to Yang Chen. After the Taishimen Mountain Gate was bombed, they found trouble with several sects, including Chunyang Palace. However, Chunyang Palace had the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and everything was there, so they were the first to clear the suspicion. However, there were a few small sects that were not so lucky. Although there was no particular suspicion, the Taishimen still found a few mistakes and took the opportunity to attack. Either the sect was destroyed, or they joined the Taishimen under pressure. The Taishimen of the big sect did not dare to provoke them immediately, but they would never let go of the demon sect and the monster race. It was said that many masters were sent out to find evidence in the territories of the demon sect and the monster race. Later, they were looking for masters of formations everywhere. As long as they were famous, the big sect was okay. The Taishimen would take the initiative to come to the door and ask for proof. The others, whether they were in a sect or a rogue cultivator, would be mercilessly brought back to the Taishimen and carefully questioned. Later, the Taishimen were short of manpower, and even issued a high reward to the outside world. As long as they could invite a master of formations to inquire, no matter what method was used, they would give a generous reward to the cultivator who brought them, which made countless people who were hunters tempted to help the Taishimen find targets everywhere. Listening to the words of the scholar, Yang Chen began to ponder slowly. The Taishimen did this and forced those small sects to merge. It was clearly because the outer sect disciples were destroyed, so they needed a large number of reserved disciples to replenish. This was understandable, but what was the reason for the high bounty on array masters? Was it really to chase the murderer? Suddenly, Yang Chen thought of a possibility. Maybe the Taishimen used this method to make the fellows who helped the Taishimen to collect the reward to make enemies, and in the end, they had no choice but to join the Taishimen. It should be known that those who could invite people back must have some skills. This group of people had rich combat experience, and they could fight and kill without much effort. They were the talents that the Taishimen urgently needed. Just a small reward was enough to make many people have nowhere else to go, and in the end, they had to rely on the protection of the Taishimen. It was really simple and effective. Seeing that Yang Chen was deep in thought, the eyes of the scholar, who had recovered his energy, suddenly flashed with a different kind of light. Chapter 6:26. Because of Yang Chen's contemplation, the flying sword that was originally against the scholar's back had also slightly deviated from its position, which also gave the scholar an opportunity. The poison had been resolved by Yang Chen's by using the blue jade vine body. While sitting and telling Yang Chen about the recent events, the scholar's physical strength and spiritual power consumption were also recovering. Now it was almost there. This was a good time for him to get out of trouble. Yang Chen was a bit arrogant, just like the scholar thought he had controlled the situation, so he didn't even remove the opponent's weapon. Now Yang Chen made the same mistake. The two were close. Yang Chen was frowning at this time, and he didn't know where he was looking. The scholar watched all this and suddenly burst out. A sword light shot out of the Qianquan bag and went straight to Yang Chen's heart. In a flash, Yang Chen, who was distracted, suddenly moved his hand and grabbed the blade of the flying sword. The scholar didn't expect Yang Chen to react so quickly. In a great shock, he also urged the sword light with all his strength. Yang Chen was just holding the blade with his bare hands. As long as he rotated, he could cut Yang Chen's palm and stab the center of his heart. It was a good idea, but the flying sword in Yang Chen's hands was like a root, and it didn't move at all. No matter how the scholar urged the sword light, the flying sword was firmly in Yang Chen's hands. Even when the sword light hit Yang Chen's hand, there was no sign of breaking the skin. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I was going to spare your life, but you are looking for your own death. You can't blame me. Yang Chen said slowly, but his head kept shaking, as if it was a pity for the scholar's decision. When the scholar saw that it was not good, he hurriedly flew away. He didn't dare to stay in the same place for a moment. Just now, Yang Chen held his life and death in his hands. Wasn't standing so close to him courting death? Yang Chen was still shaking his head and talking, giving the scholar time to escape. However, when he went out, his head remained where it was. The sword light of the first wood flying sword, it was not known when it had already bypassed the neck of the scholar and cut off the whole head. Then, with a flash of sword light, the scholar's cosmos sac was cut down and delivered to Yang Chen. A blood-colored vine flew out from Yang Chen's sleeve and wrapped around the scholar's corpse. In a moment, the scholar's corpse became a headless skeleton. Yang Chen casually waved his hand, and the skeleton turned into powder, disappearing with the wind without a trace. The way the Taishamen did things, they already had the intention of becoming enemies with all the sections. But now, Yang Chen still had to hide in the dark. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The masters of the Taishamen were like clouds, far from what the Chunyang Palace could compete with at present. Yang Chen also needed to slowly weaken the strength of the Taishamen, and then achieve the purpose of cutting off the Taishamen. A small delay of 10 days, such a small twists and turns happened, but this did not affect Yang Chen's plan to go to the Blue Cloud sect. Summoning the shuttle, Yang Chen continued to embark on the road to the Blue Cloud sect. In less than a month, Yang Chen arrived at the gate of the Blue Cloud sect. Because of the last incident at the auction house, the image of Yang Chen had been remembered by all the disciples responsible for the reception. When they saw Yang Chen, someone immediately came up to greet him. Yang Chen was a distinguished guest, so there was no need for Yang Chen to wait at the gate for a long time. However, Sun Qingxue was still in retreat, so Yang Chen was taken directly to the place where Elder Hua Wanting was. It is estimated that little Shui should be about to condense her dan, so this junior specially came to see. Seeing Hua Wanting, Yang Chen naturally saluted according to the rules, and at the same time, expressed his intentions. You are really considerate. When Elder Hua saw Yang Chen, he was in a good mood, especially when he heard that Yang Chen was concerned about his disciple. He was even happier. From the time Yang Chen said goodbye to Sun Qingxue before he went into retreat, this was the first time Yang Chen came to the Blue Cloud sect. After Yang Chen's retreat, Sun Qingxue also madly worked hard, for fear that her cultivation base would be left behind by Yang Chen. For this reason, Sun Qingxue even took the initiative to go to several dangerous places and killed a lot of monsters to hone her fighting skills. Elder Hua also realized that he had spoiled Sun Qingxue too much before. He only gave Sun Qingxue a few magic weapons to save her life at a critical moment, and let Sun Qingxue wander outside, eliminate the evil and defend the way, and also hone her own cultivation base. In just 20 years, Sun Qingxue, with an image of abhorrence of evil, coupled with a beautiful and moving image, successfully won the name of Dancing Snow Fairy among the cultivators. Whether it is the Blue Cloud sect's own sect or the outside sect, it is not known how many young talents want to make friends with the Dancing Snow Fairy, so that they have a chance to further develop. However, Sun Qingxue doesn't seem to be interested in this at all and refused all of them. The beautiful reputation coupled with the straight talk made countless people secretly conquer the Dancing Snow Fairy as a goal. There are also some disciples inside the Blue Cloud sect who understand the relationship between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue, and vaguely revealed a lot. As soon as the news spread, countless people hated Yang Chen almost to the bone. It was not enough to have the cold plum fairy Shanshan, and he even wanted to occupy the Dancing Snow Fairy. This was tolerable. What could not be tolerated? Yang Chen also succeeded in being hated by the admirers of Shanshan, and added the admirers of Sun Qingxue. After Sun Qingxue's experience outside for more than 20 years, she returned to the sect and began to retreat, fully attacking the Jedon stage. With the immortal wood that Yang Chen gave her and the eternal spring wood from the wine Immortal, the Jiden could almost be said to be a sure thing. According to Elder Hua's understanding of Sun Qingxue's cultivation, Sun Qingxue should also be able to condense Dan within this year. It just so happened that Yang Chen came at this time, indicating that Yang Chen also has a deep understanding of Sun Qingxue's cultivation. Not to mention the accuracy of Yang Chen's judgment of Sun Qingxue's cultivation, just the thought of Sun Qingxue was worthy of Hua Wanting's happiness. For Yang Chen, Elder Hua was more and more satisfied. The only fly in the ointment was that Yang Chen still had some involvement with Shanshan. He heard that he also had a relationship with a female disciple of the Chunyang Palace, and even attached great importance to his own master. Unable to treat Sun Qingxue exclusively, Elder Hua still had some grievances for his disciple. However, Elder Hua also understood that the background of Shanshan was something that Yang Chen could not fight against. And Yang Chen's talent in alchemy also determined that the sect would vigorously win over Yang Chen. He could only wronged his own disciple. In fact, now the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island have somewhat accepted such a compromise. The premise was that Yang Chen could have a good impression of their own sect. Senior alchemists had always been in high demand in the cultivation world. This was the reality. What surprised Yang Chen was that he originally wanted to simply visit Sun Qingxue, but he did not expect that it would not take long for him to come to Elder Hua's place. Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect actually came here, and came to find Yang Chen. Chapter 6:27. I have seen Sect Master Lu. I have seen Elder Shi. When LV Genu arrived, Yang Chen, of course, paid his respects. Accompanying Sect Master Lu was the Law Enforcement Hall Master of the Blue Cloud sect, Elder Shi Yanhe of the Deshang stage. You don't have to be so polite. Sect Master Lu faced Yang Chen, looking very easygoing, and always had a smile on his face. If this was seen in the eyes of those cultivators who knew the illustrious prestige of Sect Master Lu, they would definitely be shocked. When did Sect Master Lu, who was almost as famous as the god of evil, treat a younger generation junior so kindly? On this side, Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi just sat down according to their identity. Elder Shi immediately asked Yang Chen, Yang Chen, I have a question to ask you. Please enlighten me, Elder Shi. Yang Chen said respectfully. Shi Yanhe has always had a fiery temper, and she has been in charge of the law enforcement hall for a long time. Her habit of speaking was this kind of straightforward. Yang Chen was not surprised. Last time the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade, Immortal Island went to the Blue Cloud sect, it seems that he reached an agreement with the Chunyang Palace. Do you want to use the questioning inner heart pill in exchange for the fire seed? Shi Yanhe did not beat around the bush, and directly asked, is there such a thing? Yes. In the face of Sect Master Lu and the two elders of the Deshang stage, Yang Chen did not deny it, and directly answered affirmatively. Yang Chen's answer, Sect Master Lu and Elder Hua on the opposite side were not very surprised. At this point, Yang Chen also understood what was going on, so there was no plan to hide it at all. Although Shi Yanhe's words were used, and the tone was also a taste of inquiry, but Yang Chen knew that if they were not sure about this kind of thing, how could they let Elder Shi ask it? Grasping at the wind was not something that a master of the Deshang stage would do. However, I will not use the questioning inner heart pill to exchange for the fire seed. After Yang Chen answered, he immediately added, the medicinal materials are provided by Fairy Shi of the Green Jade, Immortal Island. This younger generation junior is just refining it. This fire seed is some of the rewards of this younger generation junior. Did that girl, Shi Shanshan, obtain those medicinal ingredients when she was traveling with you? Elder Hua seemed to know a lot of inside information as he asked in a pleasant manner. Yes. Yang Chen also did not hide it, and still answered affirmatively. That trip was lucky. I found some 10,000 years old elixirs, just enough to refine the questioning inner heart pill. At that time, this junior and Fairy Shi each took half. Humph, little girl Shi is quite lucky. Shi Yanhe couldn't help but mutter as she listened. However, she didn't say much. After all, Yang Chen had traveled with Sun Qingxue before, and they had also gained a lot. 15 corpses of the praying mantises in the peak Yuanying stage, except for the 3 that were decapitated, the other 12 were all intact. Even the Chunyang Palace could successfully refine puppets. The Blue Cloud sect did not lack such masters. The value of the 12 Yuanying stage masters would never be lower than those 10,000 years old elixirs. However, relatively speaking, the Blue Cloud sect had 12 more Yuanying stage puppets, but the strength of the entire sect was not as obvious as the increase in Chunyang Palace. In terms of development potential, those 10,000 years old elixirs that could be used to refine the questioning inner heart pill were more attractive. Yang Chen had promised to refine the questioning inner heart pill. The Green Jade, Immortal Island could get at least 20 of them. Maybe they could add at least 20 Deshang stage masters. This was a matter of benevolence and wisdom. If there was no questioning inner heart pill, these 10,000 years elixirs could at most create a few Yuanying stage masters. Speaking of it, the Blue Cloud sect had a greater advantage. But since there was a questioning inner heart pill, it seemed to be a little different. If my Blue Cloud sect can find the medicinal materials for refining the questioning inner heart pill, I wonder if you can help refine it? After Elder Shi and Elder Hua asked one by one, Sect Master Lu finally asked the question. Sect Master Lu, together with Elder Hua and Elder Shi, the 3 could almost be said to be able to monopolize a corner of the cultivation world. If the strength of the sect was counted, they could definitely occupy at least 1/10 of the strength of the Dao sects. But at this moment, the 3 predecessors were looking at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen's answer. There was no way. Now there was no one else who could refine the questioning inner heart pill except Yang Chen. Whether it was the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, or even the Taishaman and the 5 Elements sect, they were all trying to figure out how to refine the questioning inner heart pill. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't solve the mystery of the refining of the questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen, the alchemist master, was unique at the moment. No one could replace Yang Chen's position. Even if Yang Chen was still only in the early Jedan stage, anyone could easily kill Yang Chen. Of course, this was what they thought. Of course, this junior has no problem. Yang Chen replied with a smile, but he still did not forget his own sect and reminded, "But the predecessors still have to ask the master of my sect for his opinion. This junior, as a disciple of the Chunyang Palace, can't forget this." This was to make some deals between the Blue Cloud sect and the Chunyang Palace again. But whether it was sect master Lu or Elder Hua or Elder Shi, they did not think that Yang Chen had done too much. Always remember to ask for benefits for their own sect. This was the duty of a disciple of the sect. Such a disciple, they really didn't know what kind of dog shit luck Chunyang Palace had to find him. It was said that Chu Heng, the traitor of the Chunyang Palace, had always been dissatisfied with Yang Chen and suppressed him, and had never taught Yang Chen enough. All of Yang Chen's knowledge was learned by himself. If they had known this earlier, if the Blue Cloud sect had been able to bring Yang Chen into the sect one step ahead of time, wouldn't many of these great benefits belong to the Blue Cloud sect? It was a pity that money was hard to buy. If they had known earlier, it was estimated that Yang Chen and the Blue Cloud sect did not have this fate. "Do you still want the fire seed?" Elder Hua asked again to confirm Yang Chen's request. "I want the fire seed." Yang Chen nodded heavily and added, "The 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade fire seeds. I don't want the one that this younger generation junior already has." This request was very normal. As far as the Blue Cloud sect knew, the Green Jade Immortal Island also had such conditions, indicating that Yang Chen did not favor either side. At this point, the two sides were basically finalized. However, the sect still needed to discuss with the Blue Cloud sect and the Chunyang Palace. That was not what Yang Chen could decide now. After the business was finished, both sides also relaxed. Elder Hua began to ask curiously, "Yang Chen, your wood attribute spirit power is very pure, but what is the reason?" As a master of the wood attribute Deshang stage, Yang Chen had a pure first wood true essence aura. How could Elder Hua not feel it? It was just that they were talking about business before, and there was no time to talk about this. Now Elder Hua finally asked. When Elder Hua mentioned this, even Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi began to be curious. They clearly remembered that Yang Chen was a cultivator of the fire attribute. How could there be a strong wood attribute spirit power in his body now? Chapter 6:28. In order to study the technique of controlling fire, this younger generation junior deliberately referred to the cultivation methods of several other departments. Some simple ones this younger generation junior deliberately cultivated and personally felt it. Yang Chen replied with a smile, "I just got a wood magic weapon. By chance, the spiritual power was absorbed, and then it became like this." Strictly speaking, Yang Chen did not lie, but some things were vague. Yang Chen's deeds as a disciple in the Yeshu Villa, thousands of disciples and servants, it was impossible for everyone to keep the secret like the head of the palace. Naturally, it could also be spread to the outside. The wood magic weapon was the most unreliable. However, if he really took out the first wood true essence spiritual solution, what kind of wood magic weapon was not good enough? The explanation could only be explained to this point. Yang Chen would not tell the people of the Blue Cloud sect that he had a full attribute postnatal spirit root, and that he intended to form his nascent soul with all attributes, right? Naturally, the three seniors of the Blue Cloud sect could not get to the bottom of it and ask what kind of cultivation method Yang Chen had cultivated and what kind of magic weapon he had obtained, right? That was not called caring about the younger generation or curiosity, but a forced confession. For Yang Chen's explanation, Elder Hua was also satisfied for the time being. At least Yang Chen did not hide too much from her, and even told her about the various cultivation methods that he had cultivated. In fact, Elder Hua had already known through Sun Qingxue that Yang Chen's would attribute spiritual power was pure and that he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. In fact, this question was purely out of curiosity. Several senior members of the Blue Cloud sect cared about Yang Chen's alchemy ability. As long as he could refine high-level medicinal pills and could refine the questioning inner heart pill, they did not care much about other things. After all, Yang Chen was not a member of their sect. Even if they were optimistic about this young man, there was no need to pay attention to every detail. On the other hand, Yang Chen thought of a cultivation method because of Elder Hua's question. The eighth metal true secret art was obtained by Yang Chen from the Blue Cloud sect in a jade slip that recorded a story. At that time, Wan Qian must have given a copy, not the original. The original must still be in the Blue Cloud sect's library. After a few decades, there would be disciples of the Blue Cloud sect who did not do their proper work, who would discover this part of the technique from the library and make a great contribution. From then on, the Blue Cloud sect also possessed the eighth metal true art, the original cultivation method. It was almost impossible to destroy the original copy from the Blue Cloud sect's library. Since he could not prevent the Blue Cloud sect from discovering this technique and strengthening the sect, why should Yang Chen not push the boat along with the current? Since this matter would be discovered by a disciple who did not do his proper work, Yang Chen thought that it would be better to bring it up himself and give the Blue Cloud sect a big favor. Maybe this favor could also be exchanged for some unexpected benefit. For this kind of favor, Yang Chen always did not mind, the more the better. The last time he saved Elder Hua from the entanglement of the blood demon vine was one, and this time the eighth metal true art was another. After understanding this, Yang Chen's mind suddenly had some more words. Anyway, it was just to let the Blue Cloud sect get the eighth metal true art for a few decades earlier. It could not really change anything, but it could give himself a big favor from the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen would definitely not let go of this opportunity. The cooperation had been finalized. Originally, Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi planned to leave after a few words of greeting, but Yang Chen had this idea. How could he allow them to leave? He immediately said, "Several seniors, this younger generation junior found one thing, and I want to ask the seniors to look into it." Listening to Yang Chen, Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi, of course, could not ignore it and immediately left. Elder Shi was a straightforward person and immediately asked, "What is it?" Yang Chen's face showed a hesitant look, but in the end, he still said, "This is one of the books that this younger generation junior exchanged from the Blue Cloud sect last time. I also ask Sect Master Lu to find this piece of jade slip from the sect's library. This younger generation junior has something to say." As he said this, Yang Chen handed over the piece of jade slip that he had in his hand. Sect Master Lu was very puzzled when he received it. His spiritual awareness just scanned it, and he immediately knew the content inside. A novel with millions of words, Sect Master Lu, of course, couldn't read it word by word. He just roughly scanned the beginning, looked at the title, and then handed it over to Elder Shi Yanhe. Elder Shi took it, scanned it with his spiritual awareness, and immediately frowned. "Martial arts universe? What does this mean?" After asking this sentence, he directly handed the jade slip to Elder Hua next to him. Hua Wanning took it and also scanned it with her spiritual awareness. She immediately laughed out. "This book is actually called Martial Arts Universe, hee." She looked up and looked at Yang Chen. She was also very puzzled and asked, "Let us see this book?" This younger generation junior has an important discovery. Yang Chen looked serious, and he did not have the slightest intention of joking. He just insisted on his request. "I also ask the seniors to bring the original version of this jade slip, so that we can compare it." Seeing that Yang Chen was very serious, Sect Master Lu and the other two looked at each other. After looking at each other, Sect Master Lu decided to believe Yang Chen's words and nodded to Elder Shi. Elder Shi went directly to the door and ordered a disciple to go to the library and bring the jade slip of the martial arts universe. The disciple was going to do it right away, but Elder Shi thought about it and finally decided to go by himself. After all, the disciples were not safe. Once there was any trouble, it was hard to say. The reason why he treated it so solemnly was because of Yang Chen. The last time Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue went to explore the secret plane, the content of the secret plane key was learned by Yang Chen from some miscellaneous books, and it was the same as when Shi Shanshan went to find the blood essence of the howling celestial dog. Although Sect Master Lu and others did not know what Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan were looking for, they also heard that Yang Chen found a clue from a miscellaneous book, so they agreed to go together. There were such two things before and after, enough to make everyone interested in a miscellaneous book that Yang Chen attached great importance to. However, there was only one piece of jade slip. Either Sect Master Lu or Elder Hua looked at it. The contents of millions of words, even if it was scanned with spiritual awareness, it could not be read at once. These words were made up to let the cultivators pass the time. If the spiritual awareness swept it all, then what was the point? You must read it word by word. This was wonderful. The problem was that the level of this story was so poor that people did not even have the desire to read it. Elder Hua just read the beginning, and almost couldn't read it anymore. But she would not say it clearly, and there was no expression on her face. She just respected the sect master, and handed the jade slip back to Sect Master Lu, so that Sect Master Lu could have a look first. Sect Master Lu also felt the same. He only saw a little bit, and he felt that it was absurd, and there was a feeling that he could not read it anymore. But this was Yang Chen's insistence, and he could only bite the bullet and look down. Chapter 629. Among the people present, including Yang Chen, at this moment, they were eager for Elder Shi to come back. At least Sect Master Lu has been unable to bear the absurd plot, the clumsy text and the awkward pronunciation. Even if he looked at one more word, it was an invisible torture. But when Elder Shi went, it seemed that he disappeared and did not come back for a long time. Sect Master Lu could only endure the discomfort and continue to read. He wanted to see what was in it that made Yang Chen so solemnly say it in front of the Blue Cloud Sect's sect master and the two Desheng stage elders. However, from another perspective, Sect Master Lu and Elder Hua were hoping that Elder Shi would come back a little slower. Maybe before she came back, Sect Master Lu could find some hints in it. Now Yang Chen had already given such an obvious hint that the secret he discovered was in this book. If Sect Master Lu could not find it soon, wouldn't it seem that Sect Master Lu was too incompetent? This was not just a problem for Sect Master Lu alone, but it was about the face of the Blue Cloud sect. It must be known that this jade slip was exchanged by Yang Chen from the Blue Cloud sect. The things inside were discovered by Yang Chen, but the people of the Blue Cloud sect did not find it. This could only explain one thing. That was, there was no one in the Blue Cloud sect who could recognize the goods. If there was such a rumor, it would be a great blow to the reputation of the Blue Cloud sect. The jade slip that was placed in their own sect for people to read contained treasures. Their own people could not find it and they did not pay enough attention to it. Instead, it was discovered by an outsider. In the future, if the Blue Cloud sect wanted to recruit disciples, some people might hesitate. Therefore, no matter how uncomfortable it was, Sect Master Lu could only bite the bullet and look forward to finding what Yang Chen found before Elder Shi came back. However, most of the time there was a huge gap between reality and ideals. Even Sect Master Lu in the late Yuanying stage, after 2 hours, after insisting on reading hundreds of thousands of words at the fastest speed, she still couldn't find out what was in it that made Yang Chen solemnly mention it in front of her and the two Desheng stage elders. At this time, Elder Shi had already rushed back from the library. When Elder Shi came in, he didn't look too good. There were 2 reasons for the old lady's unsightly expression. The first reason was to look for this storybook jade slip with the title Universe of Martial Arts. This jade slip was one of the many miscellaneous books in the Blue Cloud sect, and there were hundreds of thousands or even millions of such jade slips in the Blue Cloud sect. Even Elder Shi had to mobilize all of the disciples on duty in the Compendium Tower to search through the entire area for more than 2 hours before he could find a single piece of it. This was still only the case of looking at the title. If he checked the content, He really didn't know when he would be able to find it. Fortunately, there was only one piece with the same title, and the books in the compendium tower were all original copies. After Elder Shur confirmed it, he took it away. The second reason was basically the same as Sect Master Lu. Elder Shur intended to delay for a while on the road, to read the contents carefully, to find what Yang Chen found, so that the things that Sect Master Lu worried about before would not happen. However, when he read it carefully, Elder Shur was so angry that he almost flew into a rage. This was also called a storybook? How dare this be called a storybook? It's not that Elder Shur hasn't read storybook novels, but at least the content inside can still be read? However, this book called Universe of Martial Arts turned out to be awkward and biased, and the content was also absurd and difficult to look at. After only reading more than 100,000 words, Elder Shur was already somewhat unbearable. This was still the fastest reading speed. If it was replaced by a careful reading and pondering word by word, Elder Shur estimated that with her Deshang stage state of mind, she would be directly thrown away. Unbearable to look at was specially used to describe this kind of thing. Just reading this for a while, it took more than half an hour. Elder Shur also understood that he couldn't drag on for too long. As a last resort, he could only take the original Jade Slip to Elder Hua. Sect Master Lu got the original text of the Jade Slip and handed Yang Chen's copy to Yang Chen. He sighed slightly in his heart and had to admit that if there was any discovery, it was thanks to Yang Chen. Even if this kind of thing was always in his hands, it was estimated that Sect Master Lu would not be interested in looking at it more. He really couldn't stand it. Yang Chen, what have you found? You can talk about it. Now that this situation has been recognized, Sect Master Lu had to face Yang Chen and let him point out the problems he had discovered. Although Yang Chen has already hinted so clearly, as long as everyone read it carefully, it was estimated that any problems would be clear at a glance. At most, it would take some time and make the people who read uncomfortable. However, as a senior expert, Yang Chen has already proposed that he found the problem and also promised to refine the questioning inner heart pill for the sect. So whether it was Sect Master Lu, Elder Hua or Elder Shur, they couldn't be thick-skinned and refuse to admit Yang Chen's discovery. Simply let Yang Chen point it out on the spot, but they would owe Yang Chen a favor for this matter. This is a very long story, but fortunately, there are chapters to follow. Yang Chen smiled and didn't take too much credit. He just casually scanned it with his spiritual awareness, and then pointed out, Senior can look at the contents of the low 4,639 chapters. Even if there were chapters to follow, Sect Master Lu, in order to find the position of the lower chapter 4,639, it took almost half an incense stick of time to find it. Yang Chen prompted him to look at the contents of this chapter, and Sect Master Lu scanned it on the spot. The number of words in this chapter was not much, that is, about 2,000 or 3,000 words. In a moment, Sect Master Lu finished reading it and remembered it in his mind in a short time. He handed the Jade Slip to Elder Shur. Elder Shur and Elder Hua continued to take turns to look, but Sect Master Lu was recalling the contents of this chapter. He was puzzled. There seemed to be no words that were too noticeable. As always, it was obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, the author of this chapter actually made up a cultivation method, which was unreasonable and absurd. After thinking for a while, Sect Master Lu did not understand what was in it that was worthy of Yang Chen's attention. At this time, even Elder Shur and Elder Hua had read the contents of it. After reading it, they were all confused and puzzled, just like Sect Master Lu. Yang Chen, is it possible that the place where this guy practices is described in it? What is the meaning of it? Thinking about it, Sect Master Lu could only think of this possibility and asked hesitantly. Chapter 630. Practice Place. Yang Chen was stunned. There was indeed a practice place in this chapter, but it was indeed a fictitious place in the story. It was not the focus that Yang Chen wanted them to see. Sect Master, 2 elders, turn the cultivation method upside down and ponder over the content. Yang Chen shook his head and denied the sect master's guess. At this moment, Yang Chen no longer kept them guessing, and more directly hinted. In the past, Yang Chen knew about it, so from the beginning, he was looking for it directly. The previous article did not explain it in detail. Even so, Yang Chen found this cultivation method after enduring the torture of the first millions of words. 8th Metal True Secret Art was an ancient cultivation method. The description of the cultivation method from a long time ago was slightly different from the modern grammar and vocabulary. It was even more nonsense. Sect Master Lu and the 2 elders did not think of such a possibility at the beginning, but just pondered over the words and meaning. If they could directly see the meaning of a reversed cultivation method, then they could be regarded as a keen person. However, from the beginning of Yang Chen's hint, the several seniors were thinking about Yang Chen's previous adventure with Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan, so they instinctively focused their attention on the location, and did not think about the cultivation method at all. With Yang Chen's hint, the 3 of them began to ponder the content of the short chapter of a few thousand words. The 3 of them have remembered it in their hearts. The cultivation method was only a few hundred words, even if it was very difficult to pronounce. The 3 of them have already memorized it. After thinking about it, even without thinking about it, it immediately became smooth, and it was no longer difficult to understand. For a moment, the faces of the 3 people became serious. Apparently they had discovered the magic of the cultivation method. This is... Sect Master Lu was the sect master. Although his status was very high, his cultivation base was not as high as the 2 Deshang stage elders. Naturally, in judging this kind of cultivation method, he was not as accurate as the 2 elders. In the words of Sect Master Lu, there was still a tone of disbelief. Is this 8th Metal True Secret Art? Elder Shi had the highest cultivation base among the 3 and was the most certain. Although she was an earth spirit root, it did not hinder her understanding of metal spirit technique. Elder Hua's promotion to the Deshang stage was not as strong as Elder Shi, and for a long time, he was fighting with the blood demon Vine. In terms of knowledge, there was a little gap with Elder Shi. However, Elder Hua also discovered the power of this cultivation technique. It turned out to be a cultivation technique that directly used the most original 8th Metal True essence. It should be the 8th Metal True Secret Art. It can't be wrong. With the affirmation of Elder Shi, coupled with the speculation of Sect Master Lu, Elder Hua was also full of confidence in this cultivation method. However, the most important reason why Elder Hua would be so sure came from Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen reminded them so solemnly, he would never use a counterfeit to deceive them. Moreover, this was the original copy of the library. It was impossible for Yang Chen to fake it. Sect Master Lu now finally understood why Yang Chen had them go to the original copy of the library. It was to prove that he had not tampered with it. Even with the state of mind of the 2 masters of the Deshang stage, in the face of the 8th Metal True Secret Art, they still couldn't suppress their excitement. Even if none of the 3 of them had a metal attribute spirit root, as the sect master and elders of the Blue Cloud sect, they would definitely support this kind of good thing that would bring countless benefits to the Blue Cloud sect. The shock of the 3 seniors was only a short time, and they soon recovered to normal. However, when they looked at Yang Chen again, there were a lot more things in the eyes of the 3 people. A junior in the Jedon stage, if you count the time when he took this jade slip, he was only in the early stage of the foundation stage. Unexpectedly, he had such a good eyesight, such a strong insight, he could find such an incredible cultivation method from millions of boring and even mentally torturous words, and he also thought about it in a timely manner. What kind of shocking patience did he have to be able to do this? All 3 seniors had seen this, but none of them had read more than 1,000,000 words. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's previous reminder, even if these words were in front of them, they would at most look at 30 to 50,000 words, and then they would definitely throw it as far as they could. How could they notice that after millions of words, there would be such a peerless treasure hidden? Admiration, shock, gratitude, regret, many complex emotions were intertwined. This was the mood of the three seniors now. When the three people looked at Yang Chen, it was as if they were looking at a little monster. There was no way not to regard Yang Chen as a monster. He was only in the foundation stage, but he could refine the Black Tiger Essence Nourishing Pill, Black Tiger Tranquil Pill, Questioning Inner Heart Pill, and Heaven Seizing Pill that were used by Deshang stage masters. What was this if not an evildoer? Which cultivator would cultivate all the 5 elements of cultivation methods, and even because of an accidental magic weapon, he also cultivated his main spiritual power into a wood attribute that was not his own fire spirit root. What was this if not an evildoer? Ordinary cultivators, which one could endure the millions of words in the extremely bad book, and could still insist on reading it word by word and discover the 8th metal true secret art from it? What was this if not an evildoer? If Yang Chen was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, how good would that be? Such a regret flashed in Sect Master Lu's heart. It must be known that Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen knew each other at that time. If Sun Qingxue was valued more in the sect at that time, maybe with her grateful character, she would look for Yang Chen at that time and then pull Yang Chen into the Blue Cloud sect. If that was the case, wouldn't Yang Chen become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, and then no matter what medicinal pill it was the medicinal pill of the Blue Cloud sect. No matter how many secret planes Yang Chen discovered, it was the benefit of the Blue Cloud sect. It's all that damn Wan Qian's fault. In order to suppress Sun Qingxue and make way for her own grand disciple Zhu Yanchun, she did not hesitate to send Sun Qingxue to the most mediocre Zhou Sulan. She even gave Sun Qingxue a martial art that had been tampered with, so that Sun Qingxue could not stand out earlier and attract everyone's attention. Now Wan Qian and her 6 apprentices have been missing for decades. When they come back, they must punish Wan Qian for the crime of killing her fellow disciples. Even if she was an elder of the sect, she could not be forgiven lightly. Such a thought only flashed by, and Sect Master Lu quickly concentrated his mind on the present. This 8th metal true secret art was discovered by Yang Chen. If Yang Chen did not say it, it was estimated that no one would know that such an important cultivation method would be hidden in such a rotten book. The question was how to reward Yang Chen now. Chapter 631. Now Sect Master Lu and the 2 elders understood why Yang Chen hesitated before. This kind of thing, like the 8th metal true secret art, with Yang Chen's knowledge, he would never not know it. Such an important cultivation method, Yang Chen himself knew it, and secretly offered it to his own sect. There was no problem at all. Now that it was said in front of the 3 people, it was simply equivalent to giving a peerless cultivation method to the Blue Cloud sect. The miscellaneous books that Wan Qian prepared for Yang Chen in the past, who knew what was inside? No one would know that Yang Chen got this book that recorded the 8th metal true secret art. Even if Yang Chen didn't say it, no one would know. Although in a strict sense, since these words came from the Blue Cloud sect, then this cultivation method should belong to the Blue Cloud sect. But Yang Chen was not a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, and he had no obligation to maintain the interests of the Blue Cloud sect. It was his duty not to say it, but to say it was a big favor. This favor was not the kind of Blue Cloud sect that came to the door. Just like this time the sect asked Yang Chen to refine medicinal pills, but Yang Chen took the initiative to take it out. From this point of view, the weight of this favor was not ordinary. Of course, no one would know that even if Yang Chen didn't say it, after a few decades, there would be a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect who didn't seek to make progress and found this 8th metal true secret art from the book. Since no one knew, in order to return this unusual favor to Yang Chen, it would be a bit difficult for Sect Master Lu. Asking Yang Chen to refine the questioning inner heart pill, because there was a precedent of the Green Jade Immortal Island, The Blue Cloud sect only needed to refer to it and pay for it. But on this matter, there was no object to refer to, and it could only be discussed by Sect Master Lu and several elders. Yang Chen, on behalf of the Blue Cloud sect, I thank you for your kindness. He had not thought of a way to repay Yang Chen, but he had to at least say some polite words first. The reason why Sect Master Lu was the Sect Master was that he had the means to make 8 faces. He immediately thanked him. No matter what kind of gratitude he used, he had to at least express it first. Facing Yang Chen, Sect Master Lu also cupped his hands and thanked him. It was not an easy feat to make the Sect Master of the Blue Cloud sect thank him. With the strength of Blue Cloud sect, what couldn't they do if they wanted to leave? Unless it was something like refining the questioning inner heart pill, it was worthy of her saying a word of thanks. Now that the 8th metal true secret art was born, Sect Master Lu had to sincerely express his thanks. I don't dare to thank the Sect Master. Yang Chen hurriedly returned the courtesy. No matter what, he was also a senior. He used the proper etiquette of cupping his hands. Yang Chen, as a junior, dared not neglect. This was originally obtained from the Blue Cloud sect. Returning it to the Blue Cloud sect is also a return to the original owner. The more beautiful Yang Chen's words were, the more the 3 seniors of the Blue Cloud sect felt that they should heavily compensate Yang Chen. Yang Chen, a junior in the Jedon stage, could do this. As a senior, how could they do worse? If the return was less, not only would it seem that they were lacking in bearing, but the Blue Cloud sect would also be ridiculed. Yang Chen, this 8th metal true secret art is of great importance. After thinking about it, Sect Master Lu still had to bite the bullet and say some words first. It was related to the reputation of the Blue Cloud sect, and Sect Master Lu had to be cautious. This younger generation junior understands. Without waiting for Sect Master Lu to speak, Yang Chen had already directly followed up the words. This younger generation junior swears by the heart demon, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Please rest assured, Sect Master. Swearing by the heart demon, this was the highest level of oath among the cultivators, and it was not easy for a cultivator to make a heart demon oath. Yang Chen's attitude made Sect Master Lu and the 2 elders feel that they owed something. Their hearts were only thinking about how to make up for it. Of course, this was really a matter of great importance. Sect Master Lu must also discuss with the other elders before deciding how to deal with this matter. For the time being, it was still impossible to give Yang Chen a specific answer immediately. Yang Chen certainly understood this, and even Sect Master Lu's thoughts were almost the same, so he directly grabbed the conversation and swore by the heart demon that he would never leak it. This was also a small method he used. Sect Master Lu's request was a bit unreasonable, but he still had to do so, and everyone's face would be ugly. Yang Chen grabbed the conversation and took the initiative to express his position, which seemed to be reasonable, and to avoid everyone's embarrassment. At the same time, it also made Sect Master Lu feel that he owed something. Naturally, he would consider more in return. Compared to a practical favor, Yang Chen did not care about this little reputation. And if he became famous because of this, but the price was to embarrass the Blue Cloud sect. Whether it was from the relationship between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue, or from the current cooperation between Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect, it was not a good thing. On the contrary, this was a win-win result that would benefit both sides. Blue Cloud sect saved their face, and Yang Chen got a big favor for nothing. Maybe there would be a generous return. Compared with a false reputation, Yang Chen valued the latter more. You came to see little Shui this time, right? Sect Master Lu's heart was gratified, with a smile on his face, but his mouth calmly said, Little Shui is in seclusion to condense her Dan, which is a recent matter. You can stay here for a while, waiting for little Shui to condense her Dan. Then this junior will not be polite, I'll have to bother you. This was Yang Chen's plan. However, letting Sect Master Lu personally issue an invitation to stay and shamelessly stay, the feeling was completely different. "You have done a great favor to my sect. If you need anything, just say it," Sect Master Lu asked straightforwardly. To thank him, of course, he had to first see what Yang Chen wanted. If Yang Chen's request was not high, Sect Master Lu could even make a decision on the spot. "I don't dare, this junior just did some of my duty. I don't dare to accept the great favor that senior said." At this time, if he made a request, he would be a fool. The more he didn't take credit, the more Blue Cloud sect would feel indebted. How could Yang Chen easily use this kind of big favor? He had to save it for a critical time. "In that case, my sect will have an auction in the near future. You can see what you are interested in." Sect Master Lu did not ask, but said lightly. Then, he seemed to ask casually. "It is said that the last time the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade, Immortal Island personally came to Chunyang Palace, in addition to talking about the questioning inner heart pill, it was for you and the little girl Shanshan to settle the marriage?" Hearing the words of Sect Master Lu, Yang Chen couldn't help but secretly complain. At that time, in order to cover up the cooperation with Chunyang Palace, the Lord of Tantai found the excuse of the marriage between Shanshan and Yang Chen. Now Sect Master Lu also said this. What did he mean? "Little Shui is also a good girl, and she is also devoted to you," Sect Master Lu said with a smile. "When little Shui comes out of seclusion, I have to go to Chunyang Palace in person and settle the matter with Palace Master He." Chapter 632. This topic, Yang Chen really didn't dare to talk about it now. However, Sect Master Lu also revealed another meaning, that was, she would go to Chunyang Palace in person. Sect Master Lu went to Chunyang Palace, of course, it was not just for the matter of Yang Chen, but also to discuss further cooperation with the head of the palace. Just like the last time the Lord of Tantai covered up, the matter of Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue was just an excuse. However, the move of Sect Master Lu personally coming to Chunyang Palace explained a lot of problems. In the past, Chunyang Palace wanted to cooperate with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade, Immortal Island. It was the head of the palace who personally went to the two sects to seek cooperation. This kind of unequal status was the embodiment of the strength of the sect. Now not only the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade, Immortal Island personally came to Chunyang Palace, but even Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect had to go to Chunyang Palace, which in itself had explained a lot of problems. At least now the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade, Immortal Island really treated Chunyang Palace as an equal partner. This was a remarkable progress. Although Chunyang Palace had not yet reached the point where it could be on an equal footing with the two major sects in terms of strength alone, Yang Chen alone, coupled with the resources of the questioning inner heart pills, was enough to promote everyone's cooperation to an equal status. Even if Yang Chen was not easy to answer, he had to express his welcome. "Thank you for the concern of Sect Master Lu. This younger generation junior will definitely report to the head of the palace and wait for the arrival of the sect master." At this point, the purpose of Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi coming to see Yang Chen had been achieved, and there was even a big surprise. They must now immediately inform the other elders and study how to thank Yang Chen. Soon, the two exchanged a few polite words and left the courtyard of Elder Hua. There was one more original cultivation method, which was also a big event for the Blue Cloud sect. Elder Hua just settled Yang Chen in the guest room and told the servants to take good care of him, but he went to attend the high-level meeting of the Blue Cloud sect. For more than 10 days, it was calm and nothing special happened. Yang Chen also stayed quietly in the guest room this time. He did not go out, but just concentrated on cultivation. Among the Yang 5 elements, there was only the third fire condensation dan, there was only the fourth fire condensation dan. Originally, Yang Chen thought that when the first wood condensation dan, the three kinds of spiritual power condensation dan would be the same as when he was in the foundation stage, driving other attributes of spiritual power at the same time, but now it seems that this was not the case. Perhaps the spiritual power required for condensation Dan was stronger, and the 3 spiritual powers were far from enough to trigger all the spiritual powers to condense. Next, Yang Chen must find ways to condense the other spiritual powers. Otherwise, if the spiritual power of each attribute was too far apart, it would be detrimental to his future cultivation. If there was no other way, Yang Chen could only follow the prescribed order for a period of time and carry out a spiritual power cultivation alone. He believed that with Yang Chen's current level of the peak foundation stage, it was not so difficult to build the foundation one by one. The only thing he needed was time. But this time, the matter of the first wood true essence made Yang Chen discover that the things left by the guys above were simply terrifying. Obviously, on the Immortal beheading stage, that guy only said that there was a vein of first wood true essence. Who knew that after so many years, this vein of first wood true essence could actually accumulate into such a first wood true essence pool? This reminded Yang Chen of what another person had said. That person was none other than Taibai Jinxing, Li Chang'ing. Taibai Jinxing also said that there was a vein of 7th metal true essence in the lower realm, which was a gift to Yang Chen. However, the 7th metal true secret art Yang Chen had successfully cultivated it with the bottle of 7th metal true essence obtained by Daoba from the monster plane. Originally, Yang Chen thought that there was no need to look for the 7th metal true essence, and Li Chang'ing's kindness would be left to the people behind. However, in the banyan tree cave, Yang Chen discovered that after the first wood true essence reached a certain level, it would be so terrifying. After collecting it, it was simply an inexhaustible first wood true essence. Even a nameless monster race of the heavenly court had such a rich accumulation. What would happen to the vein of 7th metal true essence left by a super celebrity like Taibai Jinxing, who had existed since the establishment of the heavenly court? Thinking about it made people salivate. Rummaging through the clues in his memory, there was one that made Yang Chen very tempted. Before an immortal died, he said that he had left a medicine-nourishing gourd in the lower realm. As long as the medicinal pills were stored in this gourd, there would never be a situation where the medicinal qi dissipated after being stored for thousands of years. It also saved Yang Chen the trouble of making a large number of high-level talismans every time he needed an important medicinal pill. After saying goodbye to Sun Qingxue and returning to the sect to settle down, Yang Chen planned to set off to find these 2 things. Naturally, because of the Penglai divine wood, the collection of the first wood true essence spiritual solution was so smooth. Before departure, Yang Chen must also prepare a 7th metal magic weapon. This was just in case. Once he suddenly fell into the first wood true essence spiritual solution like in the banyan tree cave, Yang Chen needed at least a magic weapon to support his body. As for collecting the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution, there was no problem with the gourd of the Dragon Palace. Now there were only a few kinds of liquids in the gourd. One was the first wood true essence spiritual solution, one was the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, one was the distiller's yeast of the jade dragon, plus the auxiliary wine brewed for the distiller's yeast, and a vein of spirit spring. The space was still very large. There was an immortal who said that there were still dozens of refined flying sword left. The quality of the flying sword that he couldn't forget in the heavenly court was almost needless to say. This was also the confidence that Yang Chen promised his master and senior sister to prepare the flying sword for them at that time. Now his master and senior sister have both condensed their cores and are consolidating their cultivation base. After their cultivation base is consolidated, they can start to temper the flying sword. Yang Chen suddenly found that his time was a little tight, the schedule was very tight, and there was little time left for himself. It seemed that the condensation of his other spiritual powers could only rely on some external means. Of course, external means did not mean pulling up the seedlings to help them grow, nor did it mean that Yang Chen would be opportunistic, but similar to the method of using the first wood true essence spiritual solution, He could condense his own seventh metal spirit power. He believed that if his own yang 5 elements, 3 kinds of spirit power condensed, even if he could not condense all the attributes of the spirit power, he could also drive the other spirit power of the yang 5 elements to form the core. A series of plans. Yang Chen did not make the decision in Chungyang Palace, but when he was waiting for Sun Qingxue to condense her Dan in the Blue Cloud sect. It couldn't be said that this was also a result that made people speechless. 10 days later, when Yang Chen was cultivating, he suddenly noticed a riot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Elder Hua's courtyard was adjacent to Sun Qingxue's, and the center of the spiritual power riot was the courtyard where Sun Qingxue was located. This familiar spiritual power fluctuation, Yang Chen was very familiar. Sun Qingxue condensed her Dan. Chapter 633. In a big sect like Blue Cloud sect, almost every once in a while there would be this kind of spiritual power riot. Some were at the foundation establishment stage, some were at the core condensation stage, and some were at the nascent soul stage. Therefore, this kind of familiar spiritual power fluctuation would not cause any sensation in the Blue Cloud sect. At most, there were a few people who cared about the sect looking at the direction of the spiritual power fluctuation. They nodded thoughtfully, feeling that someone in the sect had made a breakthrough, and their strength had increased a little. Yang Chen was even happier than the others. He came here to wait for Sun Qingxue to condense her core. The timing of Sun Qingxue's core condensation was less than a month away from Yang Chen's estimation, which showed that Sun Qingxue was still walking on her original genius path. The spiritual power turbulence lasted for a long time before it stopped. Elder Hua had long felt this aura, so he flew back and waited with Yang Chen for his beloved disciple Sun Qingxue to come out. Congratulations! As soon as Sun Qingxue came out, she came to her master to report the good news, but she didn't expect to see Yang Chen congratulating her. She was so surprised and happy that she almost jumped up. Don't be so jumpy. You are already a grandmaster of core condensation. You can't learn such a childish state of mind. Elder Hua couldn't help but cough, reminding Sun Qingxue not to be rude. Hua Wanting couldn't help but care about this. Shi Shanshan was recognized as Yang Chen's Taoist companion, and she was steady. She would never be as lively as Sun Qingxue. At present, she was also Sun Qingxue's biggest rival in love. If Yang Chen didn't like Sun Qingxue because of this, it would not be good news for Sun Qingxue and the Blue Cloud sect. Sun Qingxue was scolded by her master. She naughtily stuck out her little tongue, and her face flashed with intelligence. Yang Chen just looked at her with a smile, nodded, and didn't say much. The master was guiding his disciple. If he spoke, it would be inappropriate. After giving some guidance to Sun Qingxue, Elder Hua Wanting also congratulated Sun Qingxue. This disciple of his was indeed worthy of the name of a genius. Under his tutelage, she had succeeded in condensing a core in less than 100 years. And this was because she had wasted more than 10 years before, crippling her cultivation and starting over again. Thinking of this, Elder Hua felt unusually satisfied. For Wan Qian, who had schemed against Sun Qingxue, Elder Hua didn't have much guidance. He didn't hate her so much. If it weren't for her, how could Hua have such an excellent disciple? For Sun Qingxue's cultivation base, Elder Hua didn't give too much guidance. He just told her to consolidate her cultivation base. In front of Yang Chen, Elder Hua couldn't give too detailed guidance to Sun Qingxue. Anyway, she had already condensed her core and needed to consolidate it. There was plenty of time to give detailed guidance in the future. There was no need to delay the closeness of Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue at this time. Sun Qingxue, of course, understood that her master was creating conditions for herself and Yang Chen. She said goodbye to her master with a blushing face and returned to her courtyard with Yang Chen. Big brother Yang, am I as immature as a child? In her own territory, Sun Qingxue didn't have much scruples. As soon as she came back, she asked nervously. She cared about Yang Chen's perception of her. No. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Isn't it good to keep lively? There's no need to learn from others and keep a straight face. Cultivation is not to cultivate into a block of wood. Immortals also have emotions. As long as it's the real you and not pretentious, there's no problem. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the nervousness on Sun Qingshue's face disappeared without a trace. She revealed a relaxed smile. The lively image appeared on Sun Qingshue's face again. In another courtyard, Elder Hua also seemed to have a relaxed look on his face. After all, Sun Qingxue was his proud disciple. He also cared about her disciple's perception in Yang Chen's heart. Originally, he was worried that Yang Chen would have a bad impression of Sun Qingxue because he spoke and handled things so maturely. Now that Yang Chen liked it, everything was not a problem. Yang Chen liked the natural Sun Qingxue, so Sun Qingxue was naturally happy. It was not that she had never played the role of a cold and elegant fairy in front of other young handsome men, but in front of Yang Chen, she still liked the irreplaceable sense of security that Yang Chen gave her when he said, "Have I ever lied to you? Big brother Yang, why are you here? Are you waiting for me?" The happy Sun Qingxue didn't have the awareness of becoming a master at all. She didn't have a mature and steady style at all. Perhaps she only behaved like this in front of Yang Chen. She saw Yang Chen as soon as she came out of condensing her core. While she was happy, she was more concerned about why Yang Chen was here. "It's about time for you to condense your core, so I came to see you." Yang Chen was not hypocritical and told her his purpose of coming. Anyway, he came to make the little girl happy, and at the same time, he got a big favor from the Blue Cloud sect for no reason. If he also included the possible rewards for refining pills in the future, this trip to the Blue Cloud sect was absolutely perfect. "Thank you, Big Brother Yang." When Sun Qingxue heard Yang Chen admit it, and he even calculated the time for her to condense her core, it could be seen that Yang Chen put her in his heart. The little girl felt sweet in her heart. She thanked him, but her face showed that she enjoyed it very much, and she looked at Yang Chen very much. Sun Qingxue had long regarded herself as Yang Chen's person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have put on mourning clothes after thinking that something had happened to Yang Chen. Therefore, she felt that everything Yang Chen gave her was reasonable. "This time, thanks to your immortal wood and eternal spring wood, I can condense my core so smoothly." However, even so, Sun Qingxue especially thanked Yang Chen for these two kinds of wood. The immortal wood was given by Yang Chen, and the eternal spring wood was exchanged by Sun Qingxue with Yang Chen's Jade Dragon Wine and Jiuxian. It could be said that it was Yang Chen's credit. That's also because you worked hard in your own cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how many good things you have, it doesn't matter. Yang Chen smiled and did not claim credit. What a joke! The future dancing snow fairy was afraid that she could not condense her core. At most, Yang Chen just played a role of icing on the cake. Yang Chen was not stingy with his praise. "You are better than I thought." This was not Yang Chen flattering. It must be known that Sun Qingxue had to start over because of mistakes in the previous 10 years of cultivation. Even so, it was only 20 years later than Yang Chen's condensing Dan. But Yang Chen had many advantages, which Sun Qingxue was far from comparable. Just the 7th metal, 5th earth, 1st wood, 10th water, these original spiritual powers, she did not have any. In order to celebrate your success in condensing your core, and for you to be able to smoothly consolidate your cultivation base, Yang Chen was very happy to take out several thick branches of Penglai divine wood. "These are my congratulatory gifts." Chapter 634. Now Sun Qingxue was not the little girl who didn't know the goods before, especially after she reached the foundation stage. Yang Chen also gave her a 3rd-grade first wood foundation building pill, which contained the aura of the Penglai divine wood. Now in these 3 thick branches, there was always an aura of the first wood that was exactly the same as the aura of Sun Qingxue. Sun Qingxue immediately knew what was in the hands of Yang Chen. Such 3 thick branches of the Penglai Divine Wood could almost be used to cultivate the saplings of the Penglai Divine Wood. Even if Sun Qingxue was a disciple of a big sect like the Blue Cloud sect, even if Sun Qingxue was the apprentice of Hua Wanning, a master of the Deshang stage, but seeing Yang Chen suddenly take out such a big gift, she was still shocked and speechless for a long time. What? You don't like it? The reason why Yang Chen took out the Penglai Divine Wood branch instead of the first Wood True Essence was to let Sun Qingxue have a step-by-step process. From the ordinary spiritual power to the first Wood True Essence, it took too long to consolidate and adapt. It was not as good as deepening the aura of the Penglai Divine Wood, and then slowly upgrading to the first Wood True Essence. Of course, Yang Chen had another consideration. If the first Wood True Essence wanted to be refined, unless it was a monster race like the Penglai Divine Wood, it would be absorbed instinctively, just like Shi Kuei and Xie Sha. If human cultivators wanted to use the first Wood True Essence, in addition to the long-term habit of infiltration and absorption, only the first Wood True Secret Art could do it. Yang Chen didn't know if the Blue Cloud sect had the first Wood True Secret Art. Even if the other party was Sun Qingxue, in the territory of the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen couldn't tell the first Wood True Secret Art to Sun Qingxue. An 8th Metal True Secret Art made Sect Master Lu and the 2 masters of the Deshang stage excited. If the first Wood True Secret Art and the first Wood True Essence were added, it would definitely make people have the idea of killing them. Yang Chen, who had lived 2 lives, naturally knew how sinister people could be. The 8th Metal True Secret Art was the Blue Cloud sect's thing, and there was no pressure for Yang Chen to hand it over to them, but the first Wood True Secret Art, Yang Chen was not so generous. Even if Yang Chen was willing to help Sun Qingxue had to really become Yang Chen's person. She also had to swear a heart demon oath that the first Wood True Secret Art could not be taught to the people of Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, at this time, these branches of Penglai Divine Wood were the best gift, enough for Sun Qingxue to consolidate her cultivation. Of course, Yang Chen also considered that Sun Qingxue might give such a precious thing to the sect to cultivate the Penglai Divine Wood. However, Yang Chen did not care about such a small branch. It was not so easy to cultivate the Penglai Divine Wood, and it was far from enough to rely on spiritual power. It may be possible to survive, but to grow to the scale of Yang Chen's medicine garden, it would take at least 100,000 years to slowly cultivate. Not everyone had the liquefied first Wood True Essence. Sun Qingxue was excited about Yang Chen's generosity, and immediately sent these branches into the Qiankuan bag. Then she did something that Yang Chen could not think of. Don't let Master and the Sect Master know that you have these branches of the Penglai Divine Wood. Sun Qingxue did not even open her mouth, but sent a thought through her spiritual awareness, showing how much she valued this matter. The attitude of the little girl made the smile on Yang Chen's face more prosperous. Although her master's kindness to her was as heavy as a mountain, Sun Qingxue valued Yang Chen more. Perhaps it was because in several major events there was the shadow of Yang Chen. The Blue Cloud sect did not leave a good impression on Sun Qingxue at first, especially Wan Qian and Zhou Sulan. Although Hua Wanning also cared for Sun Qingxue, if she had to choose between the sect and Yang Chen's life, she was still willing to choose Yang Chen. It was not that Sun Qingxue did not maintain the sect, but that she would not harm Yang Chen's life for some improper interests of the sect, that was all. These branches of the Penglai Divine Wood were enough to make some people in the sect jealous. At least that's what Sun Qingxue thought, so she immediately became a little careful. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. Yang Chen was happy, and naturally would not treat Sun Qingxue badly. If you have time, you can be refined and absorbed by these branches. It is just right to consolidate your current realm. Taking out these branches was to let Sun Qingxue consolidate her realm. The spiritual power of the same origin was a great supplement for Sun Qingxue. With these branches, at least it could shorten the time for Sun Qingxue to consolidate her realm by half. Yang Chen's words and these branches of the Penglai divine wood, Sun Qingxue naturally regarded them as Yang Chen's care for herself. Although she was a little guilty, she still put it away happily. She had already made up her mind, even if it was her master, she would not tell her what Yang Chen gave her. He hadn't seen Sun Qingxue for decades, and now there were no outsiders here. Yang Chen naturally had to take a good look at Sun Qingxue. I don't know how Sun Qingxue has been doing these years. Yang Chen has seen a trace of the shadow of the dancing snow fairy in Sun Qingxue's heroic posture. As if she knew that Yang Chen was looking at her, the little girl was very mischievous and put on a face of those annoying young handsome men who pestered her and refused to let people go 1,000 miles away. This face was simply the iconic expression of the dancing snow fairy in the memory of Yang Chen's previous life. For a time, countless memories came to his mind, and Yang Chen seemed to be stunned. Sun Qingxue was very happy that Yang Chen would look at her in a daze, which fully showed that she still had an extraordinary attraction to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's performance made Sun Qingxue even happier than his 10,000 words. For a while, she had condensed Dan and received a gift from Yang Chen. Coupled with Yang Chen's current performance, Sun Qingxue felt that she had good luck today, 3 happy days. After not seeing each other for decades, Sun Qingxue had a lot of things to say to Yang Chen. At Sun Qingxue's place, Yang Chen, of course, would not drink tea as he did at Shi Shanshan's side. Instead, he took out a large pot of jade dragon wine and a large plate of peeled profound yang fruit. The little girl was born in an official's family. She had a good capacity for alcohol and could drink some. Yang Chen and the two of them, in the small courtyard of Sun Qingxue, used the flesh of the Millennium Profound Yang fruit as a side dish to accompany the wine. They slowly sipped the jade dragon wine that Zhu Xian did not know how much information to exchange for. While drinking, they chatted with each other about their experiences over the past few decades. Sun Qingxue was really happy today. She told Yang Chen about what she had done after Yang Chen left and went back to retreat to attack the Jedon stage. From the experience of going out to experience to coming back to retreat to condense Dan, even some small things were described in detail. These words, Sun Qingxue has never said to anyone, including her master Hua Wanting. Now in the face of Yang Chen, these were like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. All of them were said. Chapter 635. From the beginning of her cultivation, Sun Qingxue was a lively little girl, but in the Blue Cloud sect, she first encountered the conspiracy of Wan Qian's master and apprentice, and later she worshipped Elder Hua as a master. Although the conditions were already unique, the little girl did not have a friend of the same age who could confide in her heart, except for Yang Chen. In addition to telling her own experience, Sun Qingxue was also the first time that she had talked about her happiness and depression in her 100 years of cultivation in front of others. When she said this, it was like venting, and she could no longer stop. With the strength of the jade dragon wine, Sun Qingxue almost kept talking for a few hours, but she was still not done. Yang Chen did not stop Sun Qingxue from venting like this, but listened quietly, and sometimes echoed a few words, letting her vent completely. These things were depressed in the heart for a long time, and it was easy to become a heart devil. Of course, it was not a big problem to still be in the Jedon stage, but once it broke out during the tribulation of the nascent soul stage, it would be a big trouble. On the contrary, she poured out her heart to Yang Chen, whether it was the pressure in her heart or the happiness, all of them found an outlet to vent. In a fashionable saying, such a vent, the thoughts suddenly became clear, which was of great benefit to cultivation. After a few hours, Sun Qingxue also drank a lot of jade dragon wine unconsciously. Especially at the last moment, Yang Chen felt that the time was almost right, and Sun Qingxue had vented enough. He directly used a large glass of 4C's mysterious coral liquid to reconcile a drop of distiller's yeast and let Sun Qingxue drink it, and instantly let Sun Qingxue fall asleep. Holding the charming body of the dancing snow fairy, Yang Chen sent Sun Qingxue back to her boudoir embroidered couch, and then notified the maid who had been sent away by Sun Qingxue to take care of her. Looking at the beautiful Sun Qingxue in her sleep, Yang Chen suddenly envied her. At least the dancing snow fairy could find him to talk about her troubles and happiness, but he couldn't find someone to talk to. The secret of rebirth was the biggest secret of Yang Chen in the world, and it must not be easily known by anyone, even his master. He didn't want his master to panic because of knowing this secret, and maybe even help him to deal with the Taishaman. Although in the future, if Chunyang Palace and Taishaman met, his master would definitely be duty-bound, but at this time, Yang Chen would rather face it alone. Sun Qingxue had this talk, coupled with the last glass of the Four Seas mysterious coral liquid. After waking up, her mind was clear and her body was clean. After waking up, with the branch of Penglai divine wood sent by Yang Chen, her of cultivation could definitely be consolidated. He came here to see Sun Qingxue and congratulate her on her success in condensing her Dan. Now that the goal had been exceeded, Yang Chen had no reason to stay any longer. After giving a few words to Sun Qingxue's servant, Yang Chen didn't even say goodbye to Elder Hua and left the Blue Cloud sect. Anyway, Sect Master Lu wanted to go to Chunyang Palace. At that time, he would definitely bring Sun Qingxue. Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue would have a chance to see each other again. Yang Chen didn't care about such a moment of getting along, there would be a long time in the future. The famous dancing snow fairy in the later generations was like a little girl talking to him. If this was said in his previous life, no one would believe it. But in this life, it happened not long ago, making Yang Chen have an unreal feeling. If the dancing snow fairy was like this, then what about the cold plum fairy who was cold all day? With a frosty face every day, maybe she had accumulated a lot of complex emotions. Yang Chen wondered if he should find an opportunity to help Shi Shanshan. Of course, this was just Yang Chen's own sudden idea, and it was not operable at all. Shi Shanshan was not Sun Qingxue, this little girl, who had such a dependence on Yang Chen. However, there was nothing to do. Sitting with Shi Shanshan and tasting tea, it seemed to be a wonderful enjoyment. Suppressing these thoughts, Yang Chen drove the shuttle and went straight to Chunyang Palace. From the last time he left the sect to the present, it had been 6 years. In Yang Chen's heart, he could not help but think of the faces of his master and senior sister, and then he naturally thought of the charming scene when his master and senior sister were cultivating with him. On the road for another month, Yang Chen once again saw the familiar scene of the Chunyang Palace gate. The first thing Yang Chen did when he returned to Chunyang Palace was to go directly to his master's courtyard to meet his master. What Yang Chen didn't expect was that his master Gao Yu was not there. After inquiring from the servants, he learned that his master and senior sister actually went out together in the 3rd year of his experience. It was said that they went out to experience after their cultivation was consolidated. His master and senior sister were not there, so Yang Chen could only go to see the head of the palace first. He accepted Mu Bo as a disciple, and this matter must be reported to the head of the palace. Moreover, the Mu Bo family had all joined the Chunyang Palace. This matter must also be known by the head of the palace. Otherwise, wouldn't it be strange if there were more than 100 people from the Hall of Eccentrics in the Chunyang Palace? There was no obstacle for Yang Chen to go to the head of the palace. Not everyone could see the head of the palace. Yang Chen could come to him at any time, even when the head of the palace was in retreat. This was the special instruction of the head of the palace. Of course, Yang Chen would not look for the head of the palace to visit when he was in retreat. After the ceremony, Yang Chen was about to report, but he was stopped by the head of the palace. The palace master had already sent people to invite several elders. It was not too late to wait for the elders to arrive before talking about Yang Chen's matter, so as not to have to say it for the second time. This was the experience of the head of the palace after several times. Every time Yang Chen came back from the outside, there was a major event. Except for some secrets that could not be said to others, it was necessary for the palace master and the elders to discuss it together. Therefore, now that Yang Chen wanted to report, naturally, he had to wait for the elders to arrive first. Except for Wang Yong, who was in retreat, the other elders were all here. When they saw Yang Chen, the elders naturally accepted Yang Chen's salute, and then they sat down. Say, what good things have happened this time? The head of the palace waited for everyone to be ready, then he ordered with a smile on his face, but he crossed his legs and prepared to listen. The other elders also followed suit. They all put on a comfortable posture, waiting for Yang Chen to surprise them again. The last time the Taishanmen happened, everyone had already vaguely guessed something. At that time, everyone was happy, and now it was estimated that they were waiting for a miracle to appear. The elders were all in such a posture, which made Yang Chen a little dumbfounded. But he couldn't blame anything. They were all elders, and it was not his turn to point fingers. He could only respectfully say, "This disciple went out and received an apprentice. The aptitude is excellent, absolutely worthy of training." Chapter 636. Oh? You actually accepted a disciple? As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, the interest of the elders suddenly rose, and they asked one after another, especially Zhu Chentao, almost like a confession. "Quickly say it, where is your disciple's origin, what is his name, what is his attribute, what is his aptitude," and still not quickly say it. The disciple who could let Yang Chen take a fancy to must be absolutely a good talent. When Yang Chen was a disciple in the Yeshu villa, he was famous for his unique vision, and his guidance made people speechless. The disciple that Yang Chen accepted naturally made everyone curious. The disciple that this disciple received is named Mu Bo, a cypress tree demon. Yang Chen did not conceal it, and there was nothing to hide. The origin of Mu Bo could be seen when they met, and there was no need to hide it at all. It was found in the extreme north of the monster plain. The aptitude is absolutely excellent, and may even be equal with the dancing snow fairy. The cypress became a demon, naturally it was a wood attribute. This everyone did not need to ask, and Yang Chen did not need to answer at all. Tree demon. Everyone was stunned, but they did not think that the first disciple of Yang Chen was not a cultivator, but a tree demon. However, everyone was just a little surprised, but there was no rejection. Now the first master of Chunyang Palace, Gui Shanyu, the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics, was a osmanthus tree demon. Everyone knew that the tree demon was powerful. Yang Chen chose a cypress demon as an apprentice, and it was not unacceptable. The aptitude of the dancing snow fairy is equal? This sentence made everyone a little surprised. The dancing snow fairy Sun Qingshua's reputation in recent years has been great, and it has faintly caught up with the cold plum fairy Shirshanshan. If it was not because of the limitation of her cultivation base, she would definitely be on par with Shirshanshan. This Mu Bo unexpectedly has such a good aptitude. Now everyone in Chunyang Palace has accepted the existence of the Hall of Eccentrics, and accepted living in the same sect with these monster races. If Mu Bo really has such an outstanding talent, it would definitely be a great event for Chunyang Palace. Maybe it's more than that. Yang Chen smiled and said, "After all, it is the first wood demon, the attribute is pure, and the natural wood body, specializing in the first wood cultivation method, it will not necessarily be worse than the dancing snow fairy. Your vision is naturally not wrong, but where is the person? Let me see him." Gao Shiyan asked with a smile. Such a genius disciple, everyone was interested. This disciple has not brought him back to the sect for the time being. Yang Chen hurriedly replied. In addition, Mu Bo's family, more than 100 cypresses, the strongest peak Jedon stage cultivation base, have now all promised to join my sect's Hall of Eccentrics, and have already made a monster soul oath. This disciple and they agreed to bring them back to the sect after 30 years, and I came to report to the elders. More than 100 cypresses? Everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone knew the power of the tree monsters. More than 100 cypresses, if they really grew up, it would be a big force. Unfortunately, my Chunyang Palace does not have a particularly suitable cultivation method for the tree monsters. Otherwise, they will be cultivated carefully, and later it will be a force of my sect. Elder Gung Hong of the sect's Scriptures Pavilion seemed to feel a little pity and couldn't help but sigh. The monster race's cultivation method, Chunyang Palace has no other for the time being except for a transformation secret art. This point was well known to everyone, so the sigh of Elder Gung Hong was exactly what everyone felt regretful about. This disciple is not talented. This time I went to the monster beast plane. In an Immortal's cave of the monster race, I bought several cultivation methods suitable for the tree monsters to cultivate. From the low-level foundation laying cultivation method to the high-level advanced cultivation method, there are also cultivation methods to increase spiritual awareness. Listening to the sighs of the elders, Yang Chen snorted and said these words. As soon as these words came out, Elder Gung Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Elder Gung couldn't help but believe it. The monster race had never heard of a systematic cultivation method. Yang Chen actually got a set of cultivation methods from low to high, which was incredible. Before leaving, this disciple has taught Mu Bo and his people to cultivate. Yang Chen did not directly answer, but gave a positive answer with this answer. This time, Hall Master Gui has a good thing. Elder Gung breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was clear about Gui Shanyo's power, and this was still without any special cultivation method. If there was the high-level cultivation method that Yang Chen said, didn't it mean that the strength of Chunyang Palace would be more powerful? What do you mean by the monster race's Immortal's Cave? The head of the palace was more concerned about the banyan tree Immortal's Cave. When did the monster race have their own Immortal's Cave and inheritance? This was a major event, it was related to all the cultivators. The head of the palace could not help but be cautious. Of course, he had to ask clearly. Next, Yang Chen naturally talked about the banyan tree Immortal's Cave in the 10,000 Trees Forest. Of course, it was only limited to the part on the ground. The first wood true essence spiritual solution was of great importance, so Yang Chen did not mention it much. Listening to the monster race actually had an Immortal's Cave suitable for cultivation, and it was also organized by the monster race of the Deshang realm for systematic cultivation. Everyone was even more stunned. Since there is such a cultivation method, why don't you buy a few more, by the cultivation methods of Shi Kuei, Xie Sha, and the several Yuanying realm masters in the Immortal's Cave? Gung Hong immediately asked after listening. With such an opportunity, how could Yang Chen not seize it? It would not be so easy to go to the banyan tree Immortal's Cave in the future. I bought it. Yang Chen replied with a bitter smile. I bought all of Shi Kuei and Xie Sha's. Other people, this disciple also guaranteed to have a cultivation method. Well, that's more like it. Elder Gung finally nodded with satisfaction and casually praised him. Yang Chen, this disciple, had a watertight way of doing things. However, as an elder of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, Elder Gung still habitually came out with a sentence, if you can get a copy of the monster race cultivation method inheritance in the banyan tree Immortal's Cave, it would be good. In this way, my Chunyang Palace will be the first sect that the monster race wants to rely on. It's a pity. Listening to Elder Gung's words, other elders, including the head of the palace, shook their heads for a while. How could there be such an easy thing, not to mention whether this was possible or not, if they really took a copy? It was estimated that Chunyang Palace could become the focus of the Dao sects in the blink of an eye and be put on the fire. However, the more the head of the palace looked, the more he felt that Yang Chen was smiling bitterly. Why was he smiling bitterly? Was it because of the pity that Elder Gung had just said? The head of the palace couldn't help but frown and asked, Yang Chen, what is that expression of yours? This. Yang Chen said this twice. A little guilty raised his head, glanced at the head of the palace and smiled. All the cultivation methods inheritance, this disciple accidentally got a copy. Chapter 637. Boom! Yang Chen's words directly ignited the entire top level of the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace was shocked. Even if he was now in the hall of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave, the palace master still felt that it was not safe enough. He waved his hand and laid a few restrictions, adding a few more layers of insurance to the sound that had been isolated. He stood up and asked, "What did you say?" This disciple was not careful, and brought back a copy of the inheritance of the monster race. Yang Chen did not have the kind of guilty conscience that he had just had. These were originally going to be told to the elders. Didn't he say it before Elder Gung already asked about it? How is it possible? The calm head of the palace couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment and say this sentence. The other elders looked at Yang Chen dumbfounded, as if they were looking at a monster. Crash! Yang Chen no longer explained in detail. He directly took the 8 boxes from the hands of the second city lord out of the merit ring and placed them in front of the elders. The box was opened and it was full of jade slip. No one could hold back. Each of them reached out and grabbed a few pieces of jade slips from the box, and their spiritual awareness directly explored it. Then there was a surprised expression on their faces. Everyone picked up a few pieces of the jade slips in the box and scanned them one by one. It was not that everyone did not believe in Yang Chen's words, but Yang Chen's words were too amazing. He even directly brought back the inheritance of the monster race. This thing was really incredible. In the end, everyone finally confirmed that these jade slips were indeed the various cultivation methods of the monster race, in addition to alchemy and refining techniques and so on. With these 8 boxes, it could almost be said that 99% of the monster race in the world could find a suitable cultivation method here. Quick, go and inform the disciples in the Immortal's cave. Don't kill the monsters in the Immortal's cave in the future. Elder Gung was the first to react and hurriedly shouted at the head of the palace. With his voice, everyone suddenly understood that since there was a full set of cultivation methods here, the monsters raised in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave would be the most convenient object to supplement the strength of the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics. It would be a pity to kill them. The head of the palace could not care about other things at this time, and his body disappeared in place. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave was now under the control of the head of the palace. At this time, he even asked the disciples in the Immortal's cave. After a while, the figure of the head of the palace appeared again, but the joy on his face could no longer be concealed. No one knew better than the actual controller of the Immortal's cave how many monsters were in the Immortal's cave. You must know that these were the future disciples of the Pure Yang Palace. With so many disciples, how could he not let the head of the palace smile? Tell me, how did you get these things? When the palace master Zhang Jiao came back, he directly asked a question that everyone was curious about. Everyone was wondering. Even if they could buy cultivation methods in the banyan tree cave, the price was too high. It was impossible for Yang Chen to buy all these cultivation methods. Yang Chen said, the elders of the elders, the Immortals Chen's IMS. It's a long story. Yang Chen used a very unkind opening remark. After the palace master stared at him, he talked about the conflict with the second city master. Of course, the real reason for the conflict was naturally concealed by Yang Chen. It was replaced by the second city master who coveted the magic weapon on Yang Chen's body, so he moved his mind to follow and wanted to kill and rob. However, these statements were not wrong, but the number of magic weapons coveted was somewhat different. As soon as they heard that Yang Chen was stared at by a master of the Deshang stage, everyone's eyes were stunned. Did Yang Chen have a grudge against a master of the Deshang stage? How could he be noticed by a master of the Deshang stage? Then, quickly say it. After Yang Chen finished speaking, the Yuanying stage master paused, and was immediately urged by the curious elders. Yang Chen could only slightly change the plot. He changed the second city master's fainting because he put a spiritual awareness mark on himself into a bloody river. He changed the spiritual awareness mark into a fainting because of the monster power crystal left by Lan Ning. They all fainted, and the ending did not change, so no one questioned this. A master of the Deshang stage was killed by you in a coma? Elder Zhu Chuntao was speechless at Yang Chen's words, and he always felt a little incredible. Others also had the same feeling. That was a master of the Deshang stage. How could it be possible for him to faint and kill him? There was no way. Yang Chen could only release the complete body of the second city master. As soon as the body of a few hundred feet came out, it occupied more than half of the space in the hall. Looking at the body of the goshawk that exuded a strong aura even after death, the palace master and the elders couldn't believe their eyes. This was the body of a Deshang stage monster. In their lives, how many times had they seen a master of the Deshang stage? In front of them was the body of a master of the Deshang stage, and it was killed by a junior in the Jedan stage of their own sect. Even if they looked at the body, everyone had a very unreal feeling. A little guy in the early Jedan stage killed a master of the Deshang stage? No matter who you tell, others will think that you are mentally ill and your brain is abnormal. If there was a reaction, it must be a very serious sentence. Young people, don't think about it. Is this kind of thing possible? But now this, is it possible, must be changed to certainly. Everyone couldn't help but believe it, but the complete body was placed in front of them, and even the monster core was incomparably complete. Was there anything more convincing than this? What were you thinking at the time? Were you planning to take these inheritance information from him from the beginning? The palace master took a long breath and seemed to spit out the series of shocks in his heart, and directly asked Yang Chen. At that time, he wanted to kill me, and I also tried to kill him, but I didn't know that he had such a good thing. Yang Chen said on this matter. Moreover, although Master also has a praying mantis puppet to protect his body, after all, the speed is a bit slow. This corpse of the Deshang stage can be refined into a puppet, which can help Master fly faster. Yang Chen's words once again made everyone's eyes roll. In order to let his master fly faster, Yang Chen actually had the idea of killing a master of the Deshang stage. This couldn't be helped but be said that it was an unusually crazy move. Why do you say so much? Are you afraid that we will rob the benefits of your master? This kid. The head of the palace master was really a ginger that was still spicier. In one sentence, he said Yang Chen's careful thoughts. I'm not still pointing to the elders to help refine it. Yang Chen smiled and played a rogue. Anyway, his seniority was the youngest, and he had this qualification to act shamelessly. Chapter 638. Indeed, the corpse of a Deshang stage monster, with Gao Yu's current strength in the Jedan stage, was far from being able to refine. To successfully refine it, at least the strength of the late Yuanying stage or peak Yuanying stage could be completed. Moreover, even with the strength of the peak Yuanying stage, refining a Deshang stage monster puppet was a protracted process, which was not at the same level as refining a Yuanying stage puppet. Senior brother Wang Jiao has been in retreat for a long time. He should be almost at the Deshang stage. This time, the head of the palace did not fall into Yang Chen's trap, and directly pushed the matter to Yang Chen's master ancestor, Gao Yu's master Wang Yong. Refining the puppet, it is better to give it to him, anyway, it is for his own apprentice. Wang Yong has been in retreat for decades. Before the retreat, he brought at least 5 second-grade questioning inner heart pills. With Yang Chen's hint, the head of the palace also knew that these things were not as precious as imagined. Naturally, he was happy to let Wang Yong bring a few more, so that he could be more sure. In 10 years at most, Wang Yong would be able to break through the realm of the peak Yuanying stage and enter the Deshang stage. This was Yang Chen's estimation. In this regard, the head of the palace was also well aware, so now he would tease him like this. The elders also knew that Wang Yong's retreat was to attack the Deshang stage, But they were not as confident as Yang Chen and the head of the palace. Now that they heard the words of the head of the palace, they were a little surprised. However, in addition to the surprise, everyone was still happy. If there was another master of the Deshang stage in the Chunyang Palace, it would definitely be a great thing. The body of the second city master was still collected by Yang Chen, but the jade slips that recorded the inheritance of the monster race were handed over to the sect, so that the sect began to copy and classify them. Elder Gung Hong also supervised the affairs of the Martial Research Hall. These classifications and analysis of whether they were helpful to the cultivation of human cultivators were naturally handed over to him. Of course, all those who could participate were the core disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Next, Yang Chen reported the preliminary agreement with Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect to the head of the palace and the elders. Since this kind of cooperation has been done with the Green Jade Immortal Island once, and the Blue Cloud sect also provided their own medicinal materials, and they also had close cooperation with Chunyang Palace in the 100,000 Mountains, it was naturally not a problem. For the sect and Yang Chen, this was a good thing, and everyone knew that if they had the same conditions as the Green Jade Immortal Island, not only could the sect get most of the benefits of the 100,000 Mountains, but they also believed that Yang Chen could produce a lot of questioning inner heart pills for Chunyang Palace in the refining process. As for the matter of Yang Chen finding the 8th metal true secret art for Blue Cloud sect, since Yang Chen swore not to spread it, he naturally concealed it here. At this point, Yang Chen had finished explaining his experiences in the outside world. Next, it was time for everyone to discuss and deal with some things. The Blue Cloud sect's affairs were the easiest to deal with. It was very easy to deal with them according to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even Yang Chen's remuneration had not changed. It was the same fire seed of the 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade, as long as the two sides were not the same. Now the most troublesome thing was the cultivation inheritance of the monster race. If it was just a reference, there was absolutely no big problem. The key was that with the rapid development of Chunyang Palace, the number of disciples had greatly expanded, and with the existence of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, it was more than enough to have 10 times the number of disciples. Originally, the number was small. If the monster race joined, it was definitely an opportunity to strengthen their strength. But the problem was, once the monster race joined, how would other Dao sects view it? The news that Chunyang Palace had these cultivation inheritance could not be hidden. If other sects also came to ask for it, would they give it or not? If they gave it, Chunyang Palace was naturally unwilling. If they didn't give it, they would greatly offend people. Moreover, a large number of monster race joining the sect, which was unprecedented. For Chunyang Palace, it may be an unprecedented opportunity, but it may also be a huge trouble. After all, humans and monsters were different. It would take time for the cultivators to accept the monster race to join the big sect. This problem must be faced, and it must be faced. In addition, the first city lord of the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave did not know the identity of Yang Chen. If Chunyang Palace had a monster race cultivation inheritance, it meant that Yang Chen's identity was exposed. It was likely that Yang Chen would have to face the pursuit of a Deshang stage monster race and countless Yuanying stage monster race. If the first city lord was willing to make those things public, maybe there would be a powerful guy like the old tree demon who lived in seclusion in the mountains and did not care about the world. Unless Yang Chen stayed in the pure Yang Palace for a lifetime, he would not necessarily be able to keep him safe. These problems added up really gave the head of the palace and the elders a headache. Everyone was very optimistic about the increase in the strength of the sect by joining the monster race. Even the monster race was more reliable than human cultivators because of the monster soul oath. However, thinking of those problems, there was no good solution for a while. They wanted to seize the opportunity to revitalize Chunyang Palace, but they were afraid that they could not bear the huge pressure. This was the contradiction between the head of the palace and the elders. Actually, this disciple thinks that these problems are not too big. As long as it takes a while, there will naturally be a solution. After Yang Chen listened for a while and saw everyone frowning, Yang Chen slowly opened his mouth. Yang Chen's words immediately focused everyone's eyes on him. No one understood why Yang Chen said this. There would be a solution after a while? What was the solution? What do you mean by this? The head of the palace raised his eyebrows, and his eyes, which were originally worried into a line, suddenly burst out. Yang Chen was not the kind of guy who shot without a goal. Since he said there was a way, there must be a way. Palace Master, elders, in fact, what needs to be strengthened most now is not our Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen said with a smile, but another sect. Taishanmen. The head of the palace immediately thought of this and said it. Compared with the small-scale expansion of Chunyang Palace, the last time the Taishanmen Mountain Gate was destroyed, that was the biggest loss. Even if dozens of small sect and rogue cultivator alliances were connected, they could not immediately restore the original strength. The eyes of the elders also suddenly lit up. According to Yang Chen's hint, the Taishanmen were the most in need of strengthening their strength, and according to the normal method, if they wanted to restore the heyday of the Taishanmen, it would take at least 100 years to speak. But now, how could the Taishanmen use 100 years to restore their vitality? Almost all the other major sect had dissatisfaction with the Taishanmen. During this time, they would take advantage of their illness to kill them. Even if they did not confront the Taishanmen, they would find ways to drag the Taishanmen down. Chapter 639. Under such circumstances, it was not so easy for Taishanmen to regain their vitality in a short time. It could only be done in other ways. The fastest way was to recruit a large number of disciples. However, people with cultivation qualifications were not monopolized by Taishanmen, so Taishanmen needed to expand their strength through other channels. The demon sects and the monster race were the targets they needed to consider. Tao, demon, and monster coexisted, but Tao and demon were incompatible. Taishanmen would never find people from the demon sects to enrich their own sect. From the perspective of cultivation, Tao and demon were simply the opposite, and there was no possibility of integration. Moreover, cooperating with the demon sects was inconsistent with the image of the Taishanmen as the leader of the Tao sects, so Taishanmen would certainly not consider the demon sects. The monster race was much simpler. In fact, the so-called beheading of the demon sects was to protect the Tao, so there was the saying of beheading the demon sects. However, beheading the demon sects was to hone their cultivation, not to say that humans and demons were incompatible, and there had never been any saying of beheading the demon sects. Therefore, if the Taishanmen wanted to expand their strength quickly, they could only start with the monster race. This was also the only way for the Taishanmen. In Yang Chen's previous life, the Hall of Eccentrics was first created by the Taishanmen. At first, it was actually to lay a foreshadowing for winning over the monster race. After establishing a foothold and letting the Tao sects basically accept it, it did not take long for the Taishanmen to begin recruiting the monster race. However, at that time, the Taishanmen did not have such a good excuse and opportunity as Yang Chen. At first, they were opposed by many Tao sects. The Taishanmen relied on their strong strength and finally spent decades to let everyone accept the monster race to join the sect's Hall of Eccentric. In this life, because of Yang Chen, Chunyang Palace was the first to have a Hall of Eccentrics, and the excuse was very reasonable, making people unable to pick out any problems. The spiritual beast guarding the mountain, breaking through to the Yuanying stage, was just given a title which was reasonable. In particular, not long after, he happened to encounter the great tribulation of the demonic art. In that battle, the old tree monster Gui Shanyu protected many Yuanying stage masters of the Tao sects and won a lot of praise, so he was able to successfully stand firm. But for the time being, there were only 3 people in the Hall of Eccentrics of Chunyang Palace, and there was no plan to expand it. This was the real reason why all the sect members accepted it. Since they had learned from the mistakes of Chunyang Palace, It was believed that the Taishamen would soon turn their attention to the demon clan. It wouldn't be long before the Taishamen's Hall of Eccentrics was established. After all, it was the largest sect of the Tao sects, and its heritage was extraordinary. The problem of the cultivation method that the head of the palace and the elders worried about was not a big deal in Taishamen. For so many years, the Taishamen had killed countless powerful demons under the guise of slaying demons. It was certain that they had a large number of demon cultivation methods in their hand. After understanding this point, the problem of the cultivation method that everyone was worried about was no longer a problem. Did other sect members want the cultivation method? The Taishamen were the first to get it, so they should ask them for it. Don't look at the fact that the Taishamen had just suffered a catastrophe, but after all, they were still Taishamen. Even the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, such a big sect, did not do anything. If other sect members wanted to go to Taishamen to ask for the cultivation method, who would dare? Since the Taishamen were fine, Chunyang Palace only needed to follow the rules, and there was no need for the second one to take the lead. When there were more imitations of the sect, they would naturally follow and recruit the monster race. What problem would there be? The Taishamen had the channels for the Taishamen to get the monster race cultivation method, and the Chunyang Palace naturally had the channels for the Chunyang Palace. They couldn't just come to the door to ask for it, right? This was the inheritance of the sect. It was meaningless to use the pretense of righteousness. Coming to the door to ask for it was equivalent to asking others to hand over the secret knowledge of the sect. Chunyang Palace was no longer the Chunyang Palace of the past. With the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Beast Taming sect as allies, it was by no means a soft persimmon that could be pinched. There were 4 masters of the Deshang stage in the 100,000 mountains. Weren't they uprooted by several allies of the Chunyang Palace? The Luo family had a master of the late Deshang stage, Luo Yuan. Wasn't the Chunyang Palace also annihilated? Before making a move on the Chunyang Palace, even the Taishamen must now carefully weigh it. Anyway, there were Taishamen in front of everything, and the Chunyang Palace was a big tree to enjoy the shade. It was logical to expand their own strength, and others had nothing to say. At that time, with the example of the Old Tree Demon and Shi Kuei and Xiesha, plus the systematic cultivation methods, wouldn't it be the same for many monster cultivators? The monster cultivators were the monster cultivators, they were not fools. Who was good and who was bad, naturally they could distinguish. He didn't know what kind of expression the Taishamen would have when they learned that Yang Chun had received their future master of the Hall of Eccentrics. Of course, they would never know, and Yang Chun could only be secretly happy in the back. In this way, it seemed that the problem that everyone was worried about was no longer a problem. The only one left was the first city lord of the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave. As for the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave, Yang Chun dragged his voice a little and observed the faces of the elders around him. He slowly said, "There is only one Deshang stage master left. Since there are 4 masters of the Deshang stage in the 100,000 mountains can become our territory, then the Banyan Tree Immortal's Cave maybe, probably." Later, Yang Chun said a few ambiguous words, and each of them was said slowly and dragged for a long time, as if he was tempting these elders. Sure enough, as Yang Chun expected, when Yang Chen's words slowly came out, the expressions on the faces of the elders changed from the calmness that they had just solved the problem to thinking, looking forward to it, eagerness, and finally, everyone's face was full of longing, and their eyes began to shine. Yes, there was only one master of the Deshang stage, and the 4 Deshang stage masters of the 100,000 mountains were destroyed. How could a city lord be put in his heart? If Elder Wang Yong succeeded in crossing the tribulation this time and entered the Deshang stage, then Chunyang Palace would have 2 masters of the Deshang stage. With a large number of people, would they be afraid of not being able to take down a city lord? Even if it was a little safer, with a few questioning inner heart pills to hire a few masters of the Deshang stage among the rogue cultivators, the Banyan Tree Immortal's cave could almost be said to be in the bag of Chunyang Palace. This disciple also found the secret technique to control the Banyan Tree Immortal's cave on the body of the second city lord. Yang Chun saw that everyone was already tempted and once again added a heavy bargaining chip. In fact, this secret technique was left by the original owner of the Immortal's cave. How could the second city lord have it? Seeing that Yang Chun took out a jade slip and handed it to the head of the palace, needless to say, it must be the secret technique to control the Immortal's cave that Yang Chun said. This matter, I think it's okay. Elder Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall directly said his own thoughts. Chapter 640. Before the incident in the 100,000 mountains, Yang Chun also asked in front of the elders whether it was worth fighting for. Now, it seemed that the scene of that year had reappeared. Of course, the elders were tempted. With the secret art to control the Banyan Tree Cave and the inheritance of the cultivation method, it also meant that they could easily take the Banyan Tree Cave and the hundreds of thousands of monster cultivators in it as their own. It must be known that the Chunyang Palace had only just reached the scale of more than 100,000 people, which was the result of vigorous expansion in recent decades. If hundreds of thousands of fresh troops were suddenly added, even if the unqualified guys were excluded, the strength of the sect would also increase exponentially. Of course, the power of the monster race surpassed that of human cultivators, which was by no means what the master of the palace and the elders wanted to see. However, even if all the monster cultivators were not pulled to the Chunyang Palace, just controlling the business in the Banyan Tree Cave could bring several times the spiritual awareness to the Chunyang Palace and dozens of times the income of the 100,000 mountains every year. The 100,000 mountains were only tens of thousands of miles, but the Banyan Tree Cave directly radiated to the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. The difference in the territory was not known by how many times. Not to mention that it was almost the only place where the surrounding monster cultivators did business. The huge benefits, needless to say, to see it with their own eyes, just thinking about it made them drool. The most important thing was that this Banyan Tree Cave had been hidden extremely deeply. Except for Yang Chun, no human cultivator had discovered it so far. The monster cultivators who entered the cave had made a monster soul oath that they would never easily reveal the secrets of the Banyan Tree Cave. Such a secret treasure was now placed in front of everyone in the Chunyang Palace. Not to mention the elders, even the master of the palace was eager. This matter must be considered in the long run. After all, the master of the palace was still the master of the palace. Although he was tempted, he also knew that it was of great importance, and before Wang Yang's tribulation, these things could not be planned, so he still suppressed the impulse and considered it in the long run. It didn't matter if it was a long run, as long as there was a plan. In the beginning, Yang Chun did not intend to do anything to the Banyan Tree Immortal's cave. It was only because he thought about the things that would happen after the Taishaman's expansion that he took out the magic formula to control the Banyan Tree Immortal's cave. Originally, the secret technique was left by the original owner of the Immortal's cave to Yang Chun to collect the first wood true essence. Unexpectedly, it could bring such benefits to the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chun would never complain about too many benefits, and the same was true of Chunyang Palace. Since the problem that they were worried about no longer existed, there was no need for them to frown and discuss the solution to the problem. Thus, the Elder Council was dismissed. Yang Chun, what are you going to do next? Palace Master Zhang Jiao casually asked Yang Chun before everyone left. This question made all the elders who were about to leave stop and wait for Yang Chun's answer. Their disciple, Yang Chun, had never given them much care, but he always brought them a pleasant surprise. The whereabouts of Yang Chun, especially the safety of Yang Chun, was now the most concerned thing for everyone. However, since Yang Chun could even kill the second city master of the Deshang stage without any scars on his body, basically on this issue, everyone was also unanimously relaxed. Therefore, Yang Chen's plan was particularly curious. Was he planning to travel again, or was he planning to stay in the sect for a period of time? Everyone wanted to know. Blue Cloud Sect's sect master Lu may visit in the near future, and it is related to this disciple. This disciple is not rude, so I will wait in the sect. Yang Chen thought about it and replied, and this disciple got a pill recipe from the monster race, just to test it. In addition, I also want to refine the questioning inner heart pill of the green jade Immortal Island and exchange it for this disciple's fire seed, so that I can cultivate. He would stay in the sect and wait for the Blue Cloud Sect's sect master Lu, and then refine the pill. This arrangement was good. In the sect, Yang Chen's safety did not need to worry, and refining the pill could also promote the cooperation with the green jade Immortal Island again. The exchange for the fire seed was also conducive to Yang Chen's cultivation. This arrangement was good. Everyone was very happy to leave and busy themselves. Yang Chen stayed in the sect and began to prepare the medicinal materials for refining the inner sensing pill. Of course, there was a purpose. Yang Chen said that he would wait in the sect for a period of time. Maybe his master and senior sister would receive the news and rush back. However, after all, the plan was a plan. Yang Chen thought that the Blue Cloud Sect's sect master Lu would visit soon, but he forgot one thing. Since the Blue Cloud Sect got his promise, and knew that Chunyang Palace would not refuse, at this time, they were not in a hurry to come to the agreement, but to find medicinal materials first. The Blue Cloud Sect has also studied the questioning inner heart pill. This level of medicinal pill, no big sect would put it in their hands. The Blue Cloud Sect, like the Green Jade Immortal Island, let the best alchemy masters in the sect analyze and dismantle it. However, the result disappointed many people. Everyone knew what medicinal materials Yang Chen used to refine the questioning inner heart pill, but no one understood the alchemy technique. It was precisely because of this that the Blue Cloud Sect did not even ask Yang Chen what medicinal materials were needed for the questioning inner heart pill, and they had already begun to prepare. The big sects were really big sects, and their heritage was amazing. Even if Yang Chen used elixirs that were more than 10,000 years old to refine the questioning inner heart pill, the Blue Cloud Sect could still get more than half of it in a short time. However, after all, what Yang Chen needed was 10,000 years old elixirs. Even if it was a big sect, it was not something that could be taken out easily. Not everyone had a powerful medicine garden like Yang Chen. Therefore, the last few medicinal materials, the Blue Cloud Sect still had to spend some time. For this reason, the Blue Cloud Sect also specially sent an elder to explain to Chunyang Palace, and agreed on the date of the visit of the Blue Cloud Sect's sect master. It was temporarily set to be 3 years later. At that time, Elder Hua Wanting, as well as Elder Shi Yanhe, would accompany him, along with Elder Hua Wanting's beloved disciple, Sun Qingshu. In addition to the in-depth cooperation between the two sides, there was another thing to discuss, which was to discuss the marriage between Yang Chen and Sun Qingshu. Because the last time the Lord of Tantai used it to cover up the secret of her trip, she used the marriage between Shi Shanshan and Yang Chen as an excuse, and the Chunyang Palace naturally could not overturn it. Therefore, this time, the Chunyang Palace still had to pinch their nose and accept it. The biggest trouble for the palace master was how to get Yang Chen to nod his head. He even deliberately looked for Yang Chen and discussed it with him. Now for Yang Chen, the palace master would not take out the order of the palace master, but would discuss it, even though Yang Chen respected the palace master as always. I want master to give me a promise. Yang Chen had no good way to deal with this. In this life, Yang Chen had discovered that he had completely fallen in love with his master, and he could not extricate himself. If he could not be with his master, Yang Chen would rather be alone. Even if it was destined to hurt Sun Qingshu and Shi Shanshan, Yang Chen would not accept this kind of good thing that was simply a golden pie falling from the sky in the eyes of outsiders. Chapter 641. This was not Yang Chun forcing the head of the palace to press Gao Yu, but his own inner thoughts. If he couldn't let his master make a decision, Yang Chun would rather drag it. Anyway, Shi Shanshan was now recognized by everyone as a Dao companion, but there has been no substantial action. Yang Chun and Shi Shanshan, they just went together for experience once, and then drank tea a few times. In the same way, there was not much contact with Sun Qingxue. All this was because Yang Chun had his master in his heart. The head of the palace certainly understood Yang Chun's mind. In fact, all the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace saw that Yang Chun's feelings for his master, Gao Yu, went beyond the master and apprentice relationship. Everyone understood, but no one pointed it out. Now Yang Chun finally understood that he had to face his feelings for his master directly. Therefore, before his master's affairs were resolved, Yang Chun would not agree to anything. Even if the Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island had already announced the marriage of Yang Chun and Shi Shanshan. Your affairs, wait for your master to come back and solve it yourself. The head of the palace understood and thought clearly. These things could not be solved by his orders. The only thing he had to do was that if Gao Yu also agreed, then he had to clean up the matter of this master and apprentice and help Gao Yu and Yang Chun bear all the pressure, that was all. Sect Master Lu wanted to postpone the visit, and Yang Chun could refine medicinal pills first. The medicinal materials of the questioning inner heart pill were ready-made. Yang Chun could first complete the transaction with the Green Jade Immortal Island, and then get a batch of fire seeds to improve his strength. If Yang Chun wanted to refine pills, of course, he would not avoid Zhu Chuntao. Now Zhu Chuntao, who was in the Yuanying stage, already had the strength of a third-grade alchemist master. It's just that he couldn't maintain the success rate, but he was already moving in this direction. In time, he would be able to become a real third-grade alchemist master. For this elder who gave him the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chun was very respectful, and even in the process of many alchemy, he cooperated with Zhu Chuntao. This time refining the questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chun was no exception and once again brought Zhu Chuntao. Apart from Zhu Chuntao, there was also Yang Chun's former maid, who was now Zhu Chuntao's disciple, He Lian. He Lian has been in the Zhuji phase for decades. Under the cultivation of Yang Chun, she has a brilliant fire-controlling method. Now, she is also in high demand in the medicine hall of Chunyang Palace. Apart from Yang Chun, only He Lian could refine the qi-seeking pill. This not only brought her a lot of contribution points from the sect, but it also brought her a lot of spirit stones. With spirit stones, she would naturally be able to purchase more medicinal ingredients for more concoctions. He Lian's alchemy level was also improving by leaps and bounds. He Lian knew better than anyone where everything came from, so when she saw Yang Chun, she did not change at all because she was now a disciple of the same generation as Yang Chun. She still bowed down. After a simple greeting with Zhu Chuntao and his apprentice, Yang Chun began to refine the questioning inner heart pill again. This was the second time that Yang Chun had refined in front of the two, but the two were still very attentive. Any action of Yang Chun must be carefully observed and pondered. The questioning inner heart pill was very important, so Yang Chun was also dedicated to the refining process. He could not directly give them any guidance, and could only wait until the two specifically asked for advice afterwards to explain. But even so, every time the two observed Yang Chun's alchemy, it seemed that they had a new understanding of alchemy. Zhu Chuntao thought that he would only be at the peak Jedan stage in his life, but he didn't expect that he could still form his nascent soul. What he didn't expect was that he could reach the level of the third-grade alchemy master. One day, he might be able to reach the realm of the fourth-grade alchemy master. This has completely exceeded his expectations. This time, he was refining the questioning inner heart pill for the Green Jade Immortal Island, so Yang Chun did not intend to carry out the second-grade refining. The first-grade questioning inner heart pill, Yang Chun had already refined it for the third time, and he was familiar with it. Moreover, his current cultivation base was several times higher than the first refining. The big realm had been upgraded by one stage, and the three kinds of spirit power were naturally faster. When he first refined it, Yang Chen spent a year and 10 months, but this time, Yang Chen only took 1 year to complete the refining process. A furnace of questioning inner heart pills, Yang Chen opened 35, far more than the 20 promised to the green jade Immortal Island. When he gave it to the head of the palace, Yang Chen handed all 35 questioning inner heart pills to the head of the palace and let him deal with it himself. He even took out 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills and let the head of the palace give them to the people of the green jade Immortal Island. In the end, the head of the palace decided to take out 27 first-grade questioning inner heart pills and 2 second-grade questioning inner heart pills to the green jade Immortal Island. This number was still far more than the promised number, and the quality was higher. This was a strategy that made the green jade Immortal Island pay more attention to Chunyang Palace. The first-grade questioning inner heart pill was already so powerful, so how powerful would the second-grade questioning inner heart pill be? Yang Chen's status among the cultivators would only get higher and higher. If they wanted to continue to cooperate with Yang Chen, they must win over Chunyang Palace. This was the purpose of Yang Chen and the head of the palace. These things were handed over to the head of the palace to deal with, and the head of the palace would naturally use the excess to strive for the greatest benefits. Now, Yang Chen's mind was on the inner sensing pill. The powerful function of the inner sensing pill, Yang Chen had already understood it before. Now that the medicinal materials were complete, Yang Chen opened the furnace again and refined this kind of monster race medicinal pill. Compared with the questioning inner heart pill, the difficulty of the inner sensing pill was almost reduced by at least 3 levels, and even Zhu Chuntao may be able to successfully refine it. However, Yang Chen's pursuit was not only the success of the refining, but at least the second grade. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, this level of medicinal pill to complete the second-grade refining was relatively safe. Yang Chen also had no intention of breaking through to the third grade. He just wanted to know what the use of the second-grade inner sensing pill would be for human cultivators. The first refining, he was a little rusty. The first-grade refining of the inner sensing pill took Yang Chen half a year. Then, without the slightest pause, Yang Chen directly carried out the second-grade refining. It took another half a year to complete the second-grade refining. After the furnace was opened, Yang Chen got 33 second-grade inner sensing pills. Holding these inner sensing pills, Yang Chen was waiting to take the medicine and experience it immediately. However, when he just came out of the alchemy room, he met Xiao Ming, the master of the Fierce Yang Hall. Xiao Ming was also at the peak Jedan stage. Last time, Yang Chen gave him a praying mantis corpse to refine into a puppet, and also gave him 2 thunder pomegranates to let him use to cross the thunder tribulation, but Xiao Ming had not broken through. Until now, he still stayed at the peak Jedan stage. Yang Chen, I recently got stuck at the last level of the Yuanying stage. Do you have any way? Xiao Ming was very sincere in asking for advice. Chapter 642. As the palace master of the Fierce Sun Hall, Xiao Ming naturally possessed a fire attribute spiritual root. However, his peaceful personality was incompatible with the fire attribute spirit root. The senior management of Chunyang Palace, including the elders and the hall masters, all knew that Xiao Ming was a nice guy. It was rare to see Xiao Ming take the initiative to offend someone. Even if someone had a dispute with Xiao Ming, it was usually Xiao Ming who gave in. However, Xiao Ming's cultivation was not low. He was at the peak of the gold core realm. Coupled with his nice personality, he was very popular in the sect. This was also one of the reasons why he became the leader of the Fierce Sun Hall. According to the memories of Yang Chen's previous life, Xiao Ming would not be able to break through after 200 years, leading to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Then, Gao Yu would become the Fierce Yang Hall's hall master. In this life, with Yang Chen, everything seemed to be different. Chunyang Palace was different, Gao Yu was different, the head of the palace was different, the elders were different, and even Qiao Ming had changed. Especially after Yang Chen gave Qiao Ming the corpse of a peak Yuanying stage praying mantis and 2 thunder pomegranates, Qiao Ming's mind changed a little. If he could break through, then so be it. If he couldn't, then it was fate. In the past, Qiao Ming was very open-minded. However, after obtaining these 2 items, his mood was completely different. The thunder pomegranate could help to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation, which also meant that as long as one could enter the stage of the thunder tribulation, there was a great possibility of success in forming a nascent soul. Even if he relied on the thunder pomegranate to absorb a part of the thunder tribulation, perhaps after he reached the Yuanying stage, he would not be able to compare with those who relied on their own strength to cross the tribulation. However, a nascent soul was a nascent soul after all. It was still a lot higher than a peak stage golden core. The accident of the questioning inner heart pill made Qiao Ming see the hope and path after the Yuanying stage. Under this strong stimulation, Qiao Ming's cultivation broke through again and reached the limit of the peak Jedon stage. But for some reason, he was always lacking at the last step, unable to take that step. This situation had been going on for several years. Of course, Qiao Ming was unwilling to stop at this last threshold. He consulted almost all the nascent soul experts in the sect, but no one could give him a specific answer. After all, everyone's experience was different, and everyone's situation was different. The problems they encountered were also different. There was no universal solution. After the news that Yang Chen had returned to the sect to concentrate on alchemy spread, Qiao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. When Yang Chen was a training disciple at Yeshio Manor, there was no cultivation problem that he could not solve. Although it was only a matter of the qi refining stage, Qiao Ming knew that as an expert at the peak of the gold core stage, he could not do this. Since Yang Chen had such a keen eye for cultivation and was also well-read, he might be able to find out where his problem lay and give him pointers to break through. If it were someone else, it would definitely take a long time for a master at the peak of the Jedon stage, especially an elder and a superior, to ask a junior and subordinate for advice. However, for Mr. Qiao Ming, it was not a problem at all. Otherwise, how could he be a good person, because he could put down his body and was not ashamed to ask? The first time, after Yang Chen finished refining the questioning inner heart pill, he only went to the head of the palace for half a day, and then continued to retreat for alchemy. Qiao Ming could not stop him. This time, Qiao Ming simply waited outside Yang Chen's alchemy room. As soon as Yang Chen came out, he saw Qiao Ming and heard Qiao Ming's question. His elder and superior came to ask him. Yang Chen certainly had to treat it with caution. However, after carefully listening to Qiao Ming's understanding of his own cultivation, Yang Chen still frowned. Qiao Ming had 2 problems. One was his character. This couldn't be helped. His character couldn't be changed. The other reason was that he was unable to control his cultivation down to the finest detail. It couldn't be helped that Qiao Ming came at the right time. Yang Chen had just finished refining the inner sensing pill, and he appeared in front of Yang Chen. He was simply a natural test subject for Yang Chen. Hall Master, this medicinal pill is called the inner sensing pill. It is the medicinal pill of the monster race. Yang Chen's palm put a round and bulging medicinal pill. On the brown medicinal pill, the 2 eye-catching pill marks seemed to remind Qiao Ming that this was a second-grade medicinal pill. Qiao Ming didn't know what Yang Chen meant by giving this medicinal pill to himself, but he had a benefit. If he didn't know, he wouldn't say it. He didn't interrupt Yang Chen's words, and quietly waited for Yang Chen's explanation. The inner sensing pill can enhance the senses of the person who takes the medicine by 10 times, and have a more thorough understanding of their own blood and spiritual power circulation. Yang Chen slowly introduced. However, this medicinal pill has a side effect. That is, after the senses are enhanced by 10 times, any feeling, including pain, will also increase by 10 times. After taking the medicine, you will feel extreme discomfort, and it may even be very painful. Yang Chen, of course, had to say the ugly words first, so that Xiao Ming didn't know this and rashly agreed. Maybe 10 times the pain, Hall Master, you can still bear it, but this disciple is a second-grade medicinal pill. This disciple doesn't know how many times it can enhance the senses. The implication was that the second-grade inner sensing pill could definitely make people suffer more than 10 times more than usual. Yang Chen didn't have to say too much, and Xiao Ming could understand. Now Xiao Ming was faced with such a choice, either to swallow the medicinal pill and experience the circulation of blood and spiritual power, or to endure great pain. Or to accumulate for a period of time, maybe it would come naturally. Xiao Ming stared at the medicinal pill in Yang Chen's hand and hesitated for a while. There was no way. What Yang Chen said seemed a bit scary, even if it was a master of the peak Jedon stage. He had to carefully weigh it. After a long time, Xiao Ming still didn't speak, but his hand stretched out and pinched the second-grade inner sensing pill in Yang Chen's hand in his hand. After staring at it for a while, he no longer hesitated and directly sent the medicinal pill into his mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it directly turned into a heat flow and rushed directly into his lungs. Immediately, Xiao Ming immediately felt the heat flow spread to his whole body, and his whole body was warm, where was there any pain, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but groan. However, when this deep moan reached Xiao Ming's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. Xiao Ming never thought that his groan could be so loud, and his ears were actually a little painful. Soon, all kinds of sounds came to his ears: breathing, heartbeat. Almost every sound seemed to be someone knocking a giant bell in Xiao Ming's ear. This was not even counting, even when the air entered the nasal cavity when he breathed, it could bring a cold chill, plus the pain of the air flowing through the skin like a knife, which directly made Xiao Ming fall into great pain. But Xiao Ming didn't dare to make a sound at all. He was afraid that once he made a sound, he could break his eardrums. In the severe pain of his whole body, Xiao Ming suddenly felt the flow of his blood and noticed the flow of spiritual power.